CPUC.
Has joined the meeting. has joined the meeting. A participant has joined the meeting. A participant has left the meeting. Has joined the meeting. A participant has joined the meeting. A participant has left the meeting. A participant has joined the meeting.
Porter Wiseman
has joined the meeting.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Oh, no.
Check. PUC.
Has left the meeting.
Check. That sounds better.
A participant has left the meeting. 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 Has joined the meeting. A participant has left the meeting. Has joined the meeting.
Okay, testing, can you hear us?
Has joined the meeting. A participant has left the meeting.
Okay, good. All right, round two. Welcome everyone to the informational workshops for the 2020 Wildfire Mitigation Plans. My name, for those who have not heard before, is Melissa Semser. I am the program manager in the
Has
newly
joined the
formed
meeting.
Wildfire
A
Safety Division.
participant has
And
left the
also here
meeting.
with me today is Ryan Arba, and I'll let you introduce yourself. Just say hi.
Hi, everyone.
Ryan is the Program and Project Supervisor, also working on the 2020
Has
Wildfire
joined the
Mitigation
meeting.
Plans.
A participant has
President
left
Batcher
the
is also
meeting.
here with us today, and Commissioner Rex Schaffen, and in a few moments
Has
I'll
joined the
hand
meeting.
it over to President Batcher to give some
Has
opening
joined the
remarks.
meeting.
For those who were not with us on the phone, I already did the safety announcement. So with that, President Batcher, I'll hand it over to you, and then after you finish, I'll go through how today will work and how we'll handle the Q&As and answer any questions before we hand it over to PG&E. Thank you.
Calaveras Telephone Company.
Has joined the meeting.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Appreciate that. Thank you and good morning to everyone. Before we begin, I would like to give a special thanks to to our newly formed Wildfire Safety Division for organizing these important workshops this week and next. So Caroline, thank you. Ryan, Melissa, thank you all. And thank you for joining me, Commissioner Rexhaven. I appreciate it very much. And I also want to thank the members in attendance from our sister agency, CAL FIRE. I look forward to the discussion today and tomorrow on the content of the utilities 2020 wildfire mitigation plans. Input from stakeholders and the public is essential to the Commissioner's consideration of the utilities plans. We are now in the second year of the wildfire mitigation plans and the wildfire mitigation process. And as many are aware, there were many lessons learned during this past year. Such lessons have positioned the Commission to establish a clear expectation for significant improvement by the utilities in implementing their wildfire mitigation plans for this year and indeed years going forward, and to provide substantial guidance on areas for improvement and refinement for this year's plans. These workshops present an opportunity for the utilities to demonstrate they took that mandate seriously and appropriately implemented the guidance. The threat of the utility-caused wildfires and the ineffective use of public safety power shutoffs, or PSPS, continues to be our most immediate challenge. While having these wildfire mitigation plans in place is a critical foundation for addressing this challenge, I can't stress enough how crucial it is for the utilities to effectively operationalize the elements within the plans. The plans are vital, but they are just words on a page. What is required is a constant and applied effort from the real people at the utilities who are responsible for executing the plans in a timely and effective manner. I also want to recognize the Commission's role in this effort and underscore the Commission's intent to continue to hold the utilities accountable for meeting these standards and indeed the public's expectations to these standards. We have big challenges ahead that require immediate action and attention. The public expects and deserves that these wildfire mitigation plans will translate into real action, that the outcomes will reduce the risk of utility-ignited wildfires. The turnaround time on approving the plans is short, but this timeline is what is needed to ensure action is taken at the pace required by the upcoming wildfire season. Before I conclude, I would like to briefly touch on some of my expectations for the 2020 wildfire mitigation plans, and in particular, the PSPS. During the 2019 wildfire season, the utilities resorted to PSPS often and broadly. Given the impact on people's lives and the threat to their safety and considerable disruption to commerce and transportation, it is critical that the utilities take steps to reduce the impact and scope of PSPS events in 2020. And while exact 2020 weather patterns are not known, it is the Commission's goal and expectation that the number of affected customers will be significantly reduced. In this year's plans, utilities need to specify how they will reduce the impact and scope of future PSPS events. Many of you probably are aware that the Commission has already begun our regulatory work on the scope and impact of future PSPS as well. Specifically, the Commission staff issued a proposal in January with revised and additional PSPS guidelines for the 2020 wildfire season based on learnings from the 2019 wildfire season. And finally, a critical element for improvement with the 2020 plans will be the development and maintenance of strong relationships with local and tribal governments and the communities that are affected by the PSPS events. To help effectuate this, as part of a ruling I issued in January, I directed PG&E specifically to take additional action to prepare for the next wildfire season, including establishing working groups with local and tribal governments to understand their needs before and during a PSPS event and to
Has joined the
develop its
meeting.
2020 PSPS protocols using their feedback. This focus on 2020 wildfire season is vitally important within this year's wildfire mitigation plans
Has joined the
review
meeting.
and evaluation process. At the same time, I want to keep our eyes on the fact that the plans also incorporate mitigation strategies that are intended to benefit California over the long term. We need to weigh the costs and benefits of different strategies that will reach beyond 2020, such as system hardening, vegetation management practices, the deployment of new technologies, and undergrounding. I look forward to everyone's engagement as we evaluate the longer-term mitigation actions as well. So again, thank you
Has
for
joined the
participating
meeting.
today, and I look forward to today's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, President Batcher. Excuse me. All right, so now what we're going to do is go through the part where I have to walk you through how we're going to work through today. So bear with me. I have a number of points that I need to cover, and I will stop along the way and ask any questions, but I'll be cognizant of time and try to get through this in the next 10 minutes so that we can stay on schedule. So the purpose of the workshop today is to allow each of the electric corporations to have an opportunity to present their 2020 wildfire mitigation plans and to answer your questions and to provide clarification. All of the plans and links to the plans have been uploaded to the Wildfire Mitigation Plan website. That's www.cpuc.ca.gov/wildfire mitigation plans. All information regarding the process of evaluation and moving forward will be on that website. Each of the utilities submitted presentations in advance to us, and we will post those presentations onto that website following this workshop. In addition, we are recording this workshop, and it'll take a number of days for us to process it, but we will get the workshop presentation up as well. Next, I want to move to some information about what we can and cannot talk about here today. As President Batcher mentioned, we have open proceedings here at the Commission related to PG&E's public safety power shutoffs that occurred in late October, November of last year, in October and November of last year. And we also have a proceeding open related to the 2017 wildfires. Those proceedings are Rulemaking 18-10-005, and specifically the portion of it that is addressing the order to show cause. And then Investigation 19-06-015, and the portion related to the order to show cause related to PG&E's electrical facilities, the role PG&E's electrical facilities had in igniting fires in its service territory in 2017. Both of those are adjudicatory proceedings, and therefore ex parte communications are banned. So even though we have a workshop that's been noticed publicly here today, we still cannot discuss the content of either of those proceedings without having engaged in an ex parte communication, which is prohibited. The way that I've come up with that I think is the easiest way for all of us to stay on track today and avoid running afoul is to focus on the future. So the PG&E will be presenting its plan. They will be talking about their PSPS protocols to reduce the scale and scope going forward, to reduce wildfire ignitions going forward. So focus our questions today on the actions that they're taking to reduce those risks, not the actions that they already took. I'm going to have to be, because we have President Batcher here today and we have other decision makers who may come in and come out, I will interrupt when it gets to questions if it looks like we're treading into that territory. So I'll have to be a little bit ruthless about that. But I think if you just keep in mind future focused, you'll probably not run afoul, and I think we'll all be safe. The next thing is that to let you know that we have members of the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board here with us today. Some of them may be on the WebEx and some of them are here in person. As an independent board, their communications are not subject to the Commission's ex parte rules, so communications may occur between them and the commissioners. However, I'm going to go ahead just for the sake of safety and just make the same request of board members to just focus on the future. That way we don't have two separate types of conversations happening in this room. Any questions about ex parte communications today? Okay. The way today will go, I have the agenda up. The first presenters are going to be PG&E. Each utility has been allotted a period of time to present their wildfire mitigation plan. Then we'll take a break, and then we will go into the Q&A portion. For the Q&A portion, the microphones are up on the dais right now, but we'll get them back. We have the microphone set up, and you're welcome at any point when we get to the Q&A portion to line up. We could form lines down here and use the microphones. Because we are on WebEx, it's vitally important that everyone use the microphone. Even if I move half an inch this way, we tested this out, you cannot hear anything on the WebEx. It won't be recorded, and it won't be heard, so please use the microphone. We're not setting aside any specific time for public comment versus comment or questions by parties, so anyone can come during the Q&A process and ask a question. When you do so, if you could please state your name and your affiliation, and if you're a member of the public, feel free to just say a member of the public. Depending on how many people we have asking questions, if you have multiple questions, please only ask one and any follow-ups that you need to provide to get clarity, and then go to the back of the line. And that way we can allow everyone to have an opportunity to get their questions answered. Also, please refrain from asking questions during the presentation itself, so that way each utility has an opportunity to get through their presentation. So just take notes and keep your questions in mind so that we can move through the presentations and get into the Q&A. That's all I have as far as how today will go. Are there any questions? Okay. Let me get you a microphone, okay?
Sorry, just a question about the templates themselves. So there was a number of parties who gave feedback and input to the wildfire mitigation plan templates. Mm-hmm. And so I'm unsure if the utilities are incorporating that feedback in how they're presenting their plans, and I'm unsure as to how the commission has incorporated that feedback or reviewed that feedback as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. Good question. So as you mentioned, we did take comment on the guidelines that were put out. Given the tight time frame that we have in 2020, the guidelines have stayed as is. There wasn't going to be time in that turnaround to incorporate those comments. That being said, we are planning on evaluating those comments through a process in order to make updates to the 2021. So the guidelines as they were published are how the utility submitted their plans. And then as soon as we get through this year's process, we'll immediately begin a process where we take a comprehensive look at the guidelines, at the metrics, the maturity model, and incorporate those comments, likely have workshops. All of that is still being worked through. And then we will make those revisions for 2021. So it became a timing issue for this year. Any other questions? Okay, so this is just to orient us to where we are today. The plans came in on February 7th. We have this set of workshops, which are spread over 2 days today to allow the utilities ample time to go through their plans. And then next week on Monday and Tuesday, February 24th and 25th, we're holding in-depth workshops on specific topic areas in the plans. Much like last year, we'll have panels put together, and we'll be asking a number of questions in depth. And stakeholders are welcome to ask questions as well, and there'll be Q&A portions for that. We have posted an agenda on that website I mentioned, the cpuc.ca.gov/wildfire mitigation plans. It does not yet have the panels because we're still putting those together, but it does have the topics. The topics that we're planning on going into depth this year are vegetation management, grid hardening, PSPS protocols, and risk spend efficiency. We will, and I will address this next week as well, but we will have likely the same issues coming up with the PSPS protocols and ex parte communications. So we'll just have to be cognizant of that as well. That's all I have to get us started today. Are there any questions before we move into our presentations? Okay, hearing none. With that, I'll invite PG&E to come up.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us. My name is Matt Pender. I'm the director of PG&E's Community Wildfire Safety Program, and I'll be running through our presentation this morning. PG&E shares the state of California, the CPUC, the Wildfire Safety Division's urgent focus on reducing wildfire risk for the communities and the customers that we serve, in our case, throughout Northern and Central California. We appreciate that the challenge has been increasing, and that challenge has been dynamic in terms of wildfire risk itself, and then the experience of 2019 in the area of PSPS. So what you'll see as we get into this is a lot of focus in this year's plan on how we reduce the impacts of PSPS, as was mentioned earlier. So just a quick outline, we'll talk about the risk background in our service territory in particular, what PG&E's specific risk drivers are, so what the history of ignitions in our service territory is. We'll talk about the mitigation plan objectives. We'll talk about community outreach and engagement, which was mentioned earlier as a critical focus area for our 2020 plans. And then lastly, we'll touch briefly on system technologies that we're exploring as well for hopefully broader future solutions in this space, which is also a focus of the workshops next week that we're looking forward to also. So thank you for having us, and we can go ahead and get started. As we all know, the risk of wildfires and the consequences of those wildfires has been increasing dramatically. So as this indicates, 9 of the 20 most destructive wildfires in California's history have happened since 2015. And really 2015 to 2018, we had a couple of really significant years there. On this, just as a note on this slide, we added the Kincaid fire in 2019. It's actually not one of the largest 20 wildfires, but to give it context in terms of number of structures based on the data we saw. So we know, and this is not news to anyone, that the wildfire consequences are accelerating, increasing in our service territory and throughout the state of California. And alongside that, the High Fire Threat District map was finalized in 2018. This redefined where, as a state, the CPUC map indicated where the high fire threat areas are. And this was a new and different geographic take compared to what we had in the past. What the bar charts on the right indicate, the stacked bar, that more than 50% of PG&E's service territory is now in the high fire threat districts, based on that map that was issued in 2018. We have a bit in Tier 3, and then nearly 50% by itself in Tier 2, and less than half is in the Tier 1 low fire threat area. On the right side, the 3 bar charts indicate PG&E's share of the high fire threat districts. So 51% of all Tier 3 in the state of California is in PG&E service territory, and 76% of all Tier 2 is in PG&E service territory. So having the largest overall footprint as well as the largest share of high fire threat districts is part of the challenge that PG&E faces as we look to implement these mitigation activities to reduce the risk of wildfire in those areas. just for additional background on PG&E's assets, and so what we're looking at, the distribution line miles. So on the left side, PG&E has over 100,000 miles of distribution lines serving approximately 5.5 million electric customers. And as a note, when we talk about customers, we're talking about meters, homes, or businesses. Often, you can think of 3 to 4 people behind each of those meters in terms of citizens. So 100,000 miles serving all of our customers, 81,000 of those are overhead. Overhead obviously being higher exposure to wind and weather threats, as well as third-party threats, et cetera. And 25,000 of those miles are in the high fire threat areas. So 25,000 miles, that's once around the earth, is the scope of the overhead circuit miles in the high fire threat areas that we're looking to address. The share is on the right side again. Of the overhead circuit miles, the dark blue number, of the overhead circuit miles in high fire threat districts, PG&E again owns 65% of those. So unfortunately, the bulk of the high risk assets in the state of California. Why is that the case? One of the reasons that that's the case is because of forest density. As we'll see in just another slide, the biggest risk of an ignition for PG&E's asset is vegetation. Vegetation coming into contact with our power lines, generally from outside our right-of-way, what we often refer to as blow-ins, where vegetation blows over. And why is that the case, that vegetation is such a high risk area for PG&E? Because of the forest density in PG&E service territory. So in simple terms, the darker the green, the more dense the forest is. And as you can see, the dark green is all central and northern California, particularly northern California, which is PG&E service territory. And so each of us utilities that serve different parts of the state have different risk drivers. Some of them are very similar, some of them are slightly different. This is one that is uniquely, increasingly risky for PG&E service territory, is the density of forest, the density of trees, and therefore the challenge in mitigating that risk around the 25,000 overhead circuit miles that we serve through the high fire threat areas. So as I hinted at previously, sorry, just a little is cut off at the bottom, but that's okay. Yeah, sorry.
All right, I'll figure it out.
Okay, no problem. So as I mentioned on the previous slide, the donut chart on the right side indicates the drivers of ignitions in PG&E service territory. This is 2019 data, but 2019 is pretty representative of recent past. Nearly 50% of the ignitions, CPUC reportable ignitions in high fire threat districts, were caused by vegetation. We say vegetation management because that's the program that mitigates this. But as I mentioned, the majority of these are trees or branches that have blown in or fallen in from some distance outside the right-of-way. None of the ignitions in 2019 were related to trees that just grew into the power line. So our radial clearance compliance program is not the driver of these incidents. These are incidents of trees failing, dying, breaking, and falling into our power lines. Second biggest driver is equipment failures. So 22% of our ignitions related to some kind of equipment failure. And then we have animal and third party as the two remaining buckets before we get to a handful of other incidents. We have programs that I'll discuss in a moment that address each of these risk drivers with a particular focus on the two biggest ones, vegetation and equipment failure, since together those combine for 70% of the ignition risk that we're looking at. In 2019, our efforts were successful in at least one measure, which is the number of ignitions that occurred in high fire threat districts in 2019. So we looked at a 3-year average, and we have the 3 individual years here. And compared to the 3-year average, in 2019, we saw 23% fewer ignitions in the high fire threat district. Again, this is CPUC reportable ignitions, any ignition involving PG&E equipment that traveled more than 1 meter. And this was our assessment is that the reason for these reductions was a combination of the asset programs that we undertook, like vegetation management and system hardening, as well as the PSPS program, which reduced the risk of ignition on some of our highest risk days, the days with the greatest wind factor, the highest wind levels. So we know that PSPS had immense challenges and created a lot of issues for our customers, a lot of inconvenience and in some cases very significant challenges for some of our most vulnerable customers. So we know that that's not the way we want to operate going forward. We need to improve that substantially. But we believe that was, our analysis indicates that was a significant aspect in this benefit we saw. So what was PSPS like in 2019? We count them as 9 PSPS events. We've summarized them as 7 here, a couple that were close together we merged. We turned off power a bunch of times to a lot of customers. You can see the customer counts in the dark blue at the top. You can't see the column title or the row title, but that's customers impacted. So our events ranged from 12,000, 22,000 customers up to the big ones in November, which would nearly 1 million customers impacted by a single event. And again, that's metered customers. And so behind that, there are maybe 2 million people, individuals who are impacted significantly by those events. You can see how many counties were in scope, how many community resource centers we opened to serve our customers with power supply and other resources during those events. You can see the peak wind gusts. The large events in October and November, we saw wind events, wind speeds, in one case over 100 miles an hour, in the 80 mile an hour range for the others. So very significant winds for our service territory, particularly, again, in comparison to all of that vegetation around our power lines that can be blown into our lines when the wind gets up to that volume. The damage or hazards column indicates that we identified in the order of 700 locations where our assets were damaged during a PSPS event. So we turned the power off. When we went to go turn it back on, we inspected every mile that had been turned off because of the weather, and we found hundreds, in the case of the October 26th event, over 500 locations where a tree had crashed into our lines or a branch was hanging off of our lines or something like that. Each of those locations, unfortunately, could have been a significant wildfire ignition if not for the PSPS event. So we know that this activity, turning off the power, paid dividends in terms of reducing the risk, but we also know that it created risk for our customers, and that's something we're very focused on. The last two are the average outage duration after the all clear. So once the weather has cleared, how long did it take us to turn the power back on? In almost all cases, we beat our goal of turning the power back on within 24 hours. However, when combined with the wind event, with the weather, that's the bottom column, the bottom row, we know that some of these incidents had really significant impacts on our customers. So several of them were 24 hours or less, but a couple of them were over 2 days or around 2 days. And that's a long time for our customers to be out of power. So when I get to our 2020 plan, I'll talk about how we're focused on making PSPS in 2020 smaller, shorter, and smarter. And I'll explain what each of those things mean. So that's the grounding. That's what we experienced in 2019. And as President Batcher mentioned, we all learned a lot in 2019 about how this worked, how it didn't work, what things we can do better. And so we'll talk about that as we move forward. Our 2020 Wildfire Mitigation Plan is, as was mentioned, the second iteration of our overall plan. So we did one in 2019. We largely accomplished the goals of our 2019 plan, particularly as it relates to our asset programs. But we learned a lot in both our asset programs, like system hardening and veg management, as well as our PSPS program. And so we incorporated those learnings in this second evolution of our 2020 Wildfire Mitigation Plan. And while this was a 3-year plan, 2020 through 2022, we appreciate that we're going to have a lot of learnings this year as well in 2020. And so we anticipate that each year moving forward, we're going to continue to learn more and adjust more, incorporate more feedback, technology, and tools to continue to get better. So our 2020 Wildfire Mitigation Plan has 3 focus areas: reducing the risk of an ignition, better situational awareness and real-time understanding, and then reducing PSPS impacts. So I'll cover each of those in detail here. And the first one is reducing the ignition potential related to our assets. So as I mentioned on the previous slide, the number one cause of ignitions to our assets is vegetation. So we still have a substantial program related to reducing vegetation-caused outages. We're conducting another 1,800 miles of enhanced vegetation management on our distribution system. So that is removing overhangs, trimming the trees back a little bit further, and also looking for hazard trees, any trees that we identify may be at risk of falling into our lines. We are also expanding our focus on right-of-way clearing or right-of-way vegetation management for our transmission system, particularly low voltage, what some would call sub-transmission, 60, 70 kV lines. That work on our lower voltage transmission lines has a double benefit. Number one, it reduces the risk of an ignition related to those lines, just like distribution veg management does. But number two, we've identified that if we perform this work, we may have lines where we can raise the PSPS threshold. So instead of the wind threshold for that line being a certain number, let's say 45 miles an hour, if we do this vegetation management and clear a wider right-of-way, we can raise that threshold to a higher wind threshold and therefore reduce the likelihood that that transmission line would be taken out of service. That's impactful because transmission lines have an outsized impact in PSPS. If we have to take a transmission line out, we may be de-energizing a whole substation, which means a whole community. And so we're shifting some of our veg management focus to our transmission lines to capture that dual benefit of both reduced ignition potential and the PSPS higher wind threshold. So vegetation management is similar to 2019, but again, a bit of an evolution in terms of shifting our focus and moving towards the transmission lines. The last point on the transmission lines I'll make is that our higher voltages that fall under FERC regulations already have these wider right-of-ways because of the vegetation regulations that they operate under. Our sub-transmission don't necessarily have the same regulations, and so we're applying some of the learnings and tools from our higher voltage transmission to our lower sub-transmission in that sense to try to capture that benefit. So that's vegetation management. That's a big focus and a lot of effort. We have approximately 5,000 tree trimmers at the end of 2019 and the beginning of 2020 working in this area to maintain our compliance vegetation management and perform this enhanced vegetation management. That's a unprecedented volume for PG&E and obviously a very large workforce focused on this area. Beyond vegetation management, we talk about our assets and equipment. System automation is about making our grid smarter and more remote controllable so that we can operate it in the safest possible way during high fire threat conditions. So last year we completed SCADA enablement, which means remote control capability, for all of our reclosers in our system so that we can control how they operate and reduce the risk that they may create a spark by their operations. A normal recloser, when a fault is sensed on the line, when a line comes down, for example, it turns off the power and then turns it back on some number of cycles or seconds later. And we are disabling that tool. We've all been doing that. And adding the remote control capability enables us to control that more precisely. So we're automating our system to enable us to control it more closely, more precisely, in a remote basis from our grid control centers. We have 3 grid control centers that can now see and operate all of those devices. We're also installing 600 more devices this year that are remote controlled grid sectionalization devices that allow us to cut up our grid into ever smaller pieces so that we can operate it accordingly. If we have an outage, that means we can isolate the outage to a smaller area. If we know that a certain area is under high fire threat condition, we can operate the grid differently to faster turn off power in those areas, that kind of thing. When we get to PSPS, these 600 switches will also have a significant benefit in potentially shrinking the size of PSPS events. So system automation is a tool that helps us operate the grid as safely as possible. Asset repair and inspection. In 2019, PG&E inspected with an enhanced protocol every single asset in high fire threat district. So we've got that baseline of the condition in 2019 for every asset. We assess those conditions and we've made the high priority repairs and we're prioritizing the lower priority repairs to continue executing on those. And we're now moving into a steady state wildfire, high fire threat area inspection protocol. So we are inspecting all of our tier 3 areas, the extreme fire risk, on an annual basis. So we're going to continue doing what we did in 2019 for the highest risk areas, the tier 3. For the tier 2 areas, we're shifting to a 3-year cycle. So every third year, we'll get to each asset, which means a third of our assets will be inspected in 2020 and each year thereafter. All of the same protocols that we learned from 2019 in terms of deploying drones to take high definition pictures that allow us to see things that our men from the ground can't necessarily see, as well as using different and new mobile tools to actually process the inspections so that we can get in real time on the same day the data back in our office, what was found during the inspections that day. We also learned a lot about the quality of our inspections and how we make sure that we're monitoring this appropriately. And so we are deploying a number of statistical models to identify if anything is out of norm. We identified last year some inspectors who found fewer things than other inspectors. And so we're applying that same statistical analysis this year to make sure that we catch those quickly and make sure that we're doing this at a high quality, given the importance of performing these inspections in our high fire threat districts. So inspection and repair remains an important aspect of reducing equipment failures as they may potentially relate to ignitions. Next is system hardening. So system hardening in 2019, we did 171 miles. What system hardening means to PG&E is identifying a segment of overhead conductor and reducing the risk of that conductor in one of 3 ways. One is eliminating the asset. So in several cases, we've been able to identify ways that we could serve the customer through a different way, through a back tie or through a microgrid or a remote grid, and just eliminate that asset, which permanently removes the hazard. So that's option number 1. Option number 2 is undergrounding the asset. If it's feasible and constructible to underground in that area, that may be the solution to remove the overhead line to an underground line. And then the third option is covered conductor. For PG&E, that means covered conductors and stronger, more resilient poles. We're replacing the poles when we're doing the covered conductor. And in some cases, we're also realigning or relocating the line to a somewhat less risky place, downhill instead of uphill from trees, those kind of things. So as I mentioned, in 2019, we did 171 miles of this work. In 2020, we're targeting 240 miles of this work. And as part of our 3-year plan, that continues to step up throughout 21 and 22. So system hardening remains an aspect that's very important for the long-term resilience of our system and having it look different and be safer than it has been in the past. The last thing, of course, is PSPS. So during the extreme high wind conditions, when we are seeing 80, 100-mile-an-hour winds, we need to continue to have PSPS as an important tool to reduce the risk of an ignition under those circumstances. As I mentioned earlier, our focus is making them smaller, shorter, and smarter, and I'll talk about what that means in a moment, but that remains an important aspect of reducing the likelihood of ignition related to our assets. So objective number 1 is to reduce the likelihood that our assets contribute to an ignition. Objective number 2 is to reduce the risk of a wildfire spreading, if one were to occur, by improving our situational awareness and real-time system monitoring. So we are continuing to upgrade our tools and our technology as it relates to real-time system monitoring for weather, fire conditions, and other factors. On situational awareness, we already have installed in the last 2 years over 600 weather stations that are the latest tools and technology to help us understand the wildfire risk. We're targeting another 400 weather stations in 2020. We've got over 100 high-definition cameras that are through our service territory. We're targeting another 200 cameras this year. Those cameras have pan, tilt, zoom capability. We can turn over control of those cameras to CAL FIRE if they are interested in understanding what's going on in an area of our service territory. Both of those tools, weather stations and cameras, are also available to the public or anyone else who's interested. If you went to our website, pge.com/weather, you could click into these things and see geographically where the weather stations are and what it's saying right now. You could go to the cameras and see it's a still picture, not a live video feed, but it shows you with a timestamp what it has seen most recently. And the weather stations also, if you're into the weather space through the Meso West system, the live feed of our data is available there. So other people or agencies who are interested in using our data feeds can access that as well. So those are two of the foundational real-time situational awareness tools that we're continuing to install and leverage in our system. We're also using we're also exploring additional tools to help us understand in real time what's going on out there. So wire down detection is a system using all of our smart meters to ping us immediately if the smart meter senses something on our system that may indicate a potential risk factor, particularly in the high fire threat area. And we're also exploring other technologies that I'll cover in more detail at the end. Lastly, on situational awareness, we are redoing our meteorological tool that instead of forecasting the state of California in 3x3 kilometer grids, it's going to be forecasting in 2x2 kilometer grids. So instead of looking every 9 square kilometers, we're looking every 4 square kilometers. That's more than double the granularity or the density of our weather data. And so if you imagine, that's like twice as many pixels on your television, which allows us to zoom in even more closely to understand where the weather is and isn't. So as we look at PSPS forecasting and trying to identify the edges of the wind patterns for where it really needs to be turned off versus not, that's an important tool that's helping us more than double our capability to get granular and get surgical about deploying PSPS and other tools. All of that information, the twice as granular weather forecasting tool, the additional weather stations, feeds into our Wildfire Safety Operations Center. This is our 24/7 situational awareness hub in our San Francisco office. It coordinates our response within the company as well as with first responders and other agencies. We're deploying the best technology that we have been able to identify into this system. So for example, last year we enabled the satellite fire detection tool that leverages the 5 satellites that cover California on a routine basis to notify us through heat signatures as well as change detection if anything seeming to be a fire has been located or noticed in our service territory. So that's one tool that gives us additional real-time intelligence. Additionally, we have deployed the fire spread modeling tool that we've partnered with and benchmarked with other utilities that allows us to locate a ignition or a hypothetical ignition anywhere on our service territory and see what that would look like in terms of fire spread under any set of conditions. Real time, what would it be like right now, or hypothetical? If during the 100-mile-an-hour PSPS event we had a ignition in this location, what would that have looked like? That tool can run millions of simulations. We've already run millions of simulations, and we continue to do so to help us understand, both for planning purposes and in real time, what the risk is in different parts of our service territory. So the Wildfire Safety Operations Center is the hub of all that information, our modeling tools, our satellite fire detection, as well as the weather and camera technology. So that's another important part. This is another continued evolution from what we were doing in 2019, is just continuing to get better and smarter about our situational awareness and real-time monitoring. The third focus area of our wildfire mitigation plan in 2020 is to reduce the impact of PSPS. So we appreciate and acknowledge the significant challenge that was created in 2019 with the PSPS events in our communities and for our customers. So we need to do better in 2020, and here's how we plan to do that. So we're going to make them smaller in scope, shorter in duration, and smarter in targeting and performance. So first thing on the left, it says reduce impacted customers, is how we make them smaller. We are reassessing all of our transmission lines to make sure that we have the right wind threshold for each of our transmission lines so that we can, to the extent possible, not have to take PSPS on our transmission lines because we, as I mentioned earlier, those have the largest impact to our customer base. So we're completely reassessing our transmission lines and identifying, are there any immediate near-term activities we could perform that would allow us to raise those thresholds, the wind thresholds again, in the near term. So focus on transmission because we know that has big impacts to our customers. As I mentioned earlier, we're installing 600 additional switches or sectionalizing devices on our distribution system that will allow us to, again, cut up the system into smaller pieces, allow us to isolate the customers who need to be impacted by PSPS from those who don't need to be impacted. One of the challenges is that some of the customers who don't need to be impacted are downstream from the power source. So even if they don't have the wind in their service territory, in their area, in their community, the power coming to them goes through a high fire threat area where it does need to be turned off. And so one of the things we're focused on this year is microgrids, temporary microgrids, either from substations or what we call mid-feeder, where there's no substation, where we can isolate a section, a community that doesn't need to have the power turned off, and deploy generation to keep them powered up during a PSPS outage. These take a number of forms. Microgrids is a little bit of an amorphous concept that can fit in a lot of places, but this is a big focus for us, is how do we power communities that can be powered safely, but just don't have a power source during the PSPS events. So that's what microgrids means to us in that space. So we're focusing on transmission system, we're focusing on distribution sectionalizing devices, we're focusing on microgrids. And by combining those things, we are targeting for a PSPS event in 2020, an individual event, to be 1/3 smaller than it would have been in 2019. We've modeled this on the large October events that we experienced, and if we had all these devices installed, the transmission lines switched, et cetera, we've identified that about 1/3 fewer customers would be impacted by the PSPS event in general. As President Batcher mentioned earlier, we can't forecast how many events we'll have in 2020, so we can't say for sure if we'll have 1/3 less events or not, but what we can focus on through this activity is that every event we do have will be smaller than it would have been last year, and we've modeled that at approximately 1/3 fewer customers impacted. So step number 1 is make them smaller. Step number 2 is make them shorter, reduce duration. So what we identified in 2019 was a number of operational efficiencies and benefits from deploying different technologies and tools. In particular, we identified that helicopters were a very efficient way for us to inspect the lines quickly and identify which ones can be turned on right away because they have no damage to them, and which ones do have damage that we need to deploy crews to immediately. In 2019, we peaked at about 35 helicopters for PSPS restoration purposes. In 2020, we're going to be putting in place exclusive use contracts for 65 helicopters, nearly twice as many helicopters, so that we can get twice as many eyes in the air to inspect the lines as quickly as possible and identify where the damage is that we need to fix and where the areas are that are safe to re-energize. Additionally, we only really perform patrols during daylight hours because we need to be able to visually inspect the lines and make sure there's no branches hanging off of it, et cetera. In 2020, we're going to be deploying 2 fixed-wing aircraft with infrared cameras that will allow us to inspect at night. And only 2 is not an immense number, but what that will be particularly focused on is the transmission lines. As I've mentioned a few times, transmission lines have outsized impact in terms of the number of customers impacted. So if we can perform inspections of our transmission lines at night and get them re-energized more quickly, that will be more customers more quickly. So while the vast majority of our inspection will still need to take place during the day, we're also going to be enabling this technology to inspect at night with a particular focus on our transmission lines. By doing those 2 things, as well as making a number of operational tweaks to how we do this, our crews last year, restored the same areas, unfortunately, sometimes 3 and 4 times after PSPS events. And they reported back a number of things we could do better. Hey, if we take this route, not that route. If we do our switching in this way, not that way. If we have preset switch logs, which is a fairly technical concept about how we operate the system, that would speed us up, a little bit here, a little bit there. So we've listened to our crews, we've listened to our communities, and we're incorporating those adjustments into our operations so that we can we can set our crews up for success in getting the lights on more quickly. In doing all those things, our target and our model is that we can turn the lights on 50% faster after the weather clears in 2020 than we did in 2019. Our goal is now 12 daylight hours. So from the time that the weather is clear and we've established what we call the all clear to the lights being back on, we're targeting 12 daylight hours. In most cases, that will be the same day. In some cases, the 12 will extend onto the second day. But a third smaller and 50% shorter once the weather clears is the model for our 2020 PSPS events. Lastly, we want to make them smarter. And smarter is harder to quantify, but this relates to one thing I mentioned earlier, a couple things I mentioned earlier. The first is the twice as granular weather forecasting. So by forecasting our weather twice as closely, with twice as many pixels, we forecast being able to draw the boundaries more precisely or more carefully around the areas that do need to be impacted and the areas that don't. We expect this to have some benefit in terms of how many customers will be impacted, in terms of how quickly we can declare the weather all clear and get the restoration started, but we don't know how much. So we don't have a number on that one, but we know that we're going to be getting more tight, more detailed around our weather forecasting and our deployment, therefore, of PSPS. I also mentioned that we're analyzing all of our transmission lines. There's 550 in the high fire threat district to make sure that we have the right wind threshold for each of those transmission lines and identifying if there's anything we can do to boost that wind threshold by replacing a few assets or testing a component or things of that nature. And so once we've completed that analysis, which is already underway, we may identify additional transmission lines that will be at less risk of PSPS. So again, we don't have a quantification for that, but we're going to be getting smarter about all of our PSPS deployment and particularly transmission lines because of the consequence that they have. So that's the deployment or the operational aspects of PSPS. We also heard a lot and learned a lot about the community and customer impacts of PSPS and how that was experienced by our customers. And so I'm going to cover more about that in a couple slides, but we have been listening to our communities. We have been engaging with our customers, particularly our most at-risk access and functional needs community members, to learn what works for them, what didn't work for them, how we can do this better next year. So I'll get to that in a minute, but I did want to show the model for what we are forecasting for 2020 events. So if we looked at the scope of a October 9th PSPS event, and you can't see it on the left, but it impacted 747,000 customers. So 750,000 customers were impacted. If we had all of the things that we're forecasting to have in 2020, it would have impacted 501,000 customers instead, approximately 500,000, so approximately a third fewer. And the benefits of that were around transmission lines, distribution segmentation, so the 600 switches that allow us to cut up the distribution system, as well as microgrids to turn the power back on for customers who don't need to be off. So I can answer questions on this if people are interested, but just as a detail behind the 1/3 smaller forecast, this is how we modeled that out based on the tools we are going to implement in 2020 compared to the event we had in 2019. Okay, so back to our customers and our communities. We've been listening a lot because we impacted a lot of people. In particular, we went out and offered a listening session to each of the counties that was impacted by PSPS in 2019. That was in 39 counties in PG&E's service territory. And almost, there were like 7 counties who declined, who weren't interested in that meeting, but the others accepted our invitation, and we went out to them with senior officers. Our CEO, our president, members of our board went to these listening sessions to hear what these counties had to say about what they experienced and what we could do better. We heard a lot of things from technical details about the maps we provide and the conference calls we have during events and how we can make those better. We also heard overarching themes about how we can support them and the communities better. So these are some of those themes that we've heard from our counties, as well as just our customers, that we're incorporating into 2020 PSPS community support activities. So the first is around community resource centers. We deployed up to 75 community resource centers during PSPS events last year. That's places where people can get heating or cooling, depending on the weather. They can get power to recharge things, including medical devices. They could get ice in some cases, blankets in other cases, restrooms, water, etc. So just a place for customers to be supported if they had that need. Thousands of customers chose to take advantage of these locations during PSPS events. But in 2019, they were all tents in parking lots. And we deployed that because of the speed and flexibility that we could do that. And again, thousands of customers experienced them. The general feedback from the customers that used them was very positive. But our counties and our communities said, hey, we've got all these great buildings, community centers, libraries, school gymnasiums that could be used for these to better effect than a tent in a parking lot. And so we are engaging with our communities in figuring out how to deploy those locations in 2020. We're targeting 5 hardened locations. By hardened, we just mean a permanent building, a permanent structure. That could be deployed in 2020 as a community resource center instead of using the tent model that we used in 2019. We're also working with our counties to understand the right resources and amenities to provide our customers there. So in some places, customers were asking for ice so that they could refill coolers. We deployed it there. In other communities, they were asking for blankets. In one case, unfortunately, we sent thousands of blankets to one place and no one actually took a blanket. That it is what it is. We learned a lot in 2019, and so we want to target that the right way to give customers what they actually want and need, and not deploy resources that aren't a good fit for them or that community. So we're repivoting and readjusting our community resource centers. Access and functional needs. We had a lot of conversations, a lot of engagement about this last year, and ultimately, going into 2020, we're establishing an advisory council made up of members of that community, the AFN community, to provide us input and perspective on how we could make PSPS more acceptable and amenable to them. Whether that's communication tools, whether that's how we notify them and what kind of tools we use for that, etc. So we're deploying an Access and Functional Needs Advisory Council to help advise how we serve our customers. Related to that, we've been partnering with the California Foundation for Independent Living Centers to, we've provided them a grant so that they can deploy resources and tools to help that community, because they have better contact and awareness of exactly what that community needs than we do at this point. And so we're partnering with those kind of community efforts to provide the precise support to the members of that community that they know about in ways that we can't or we haven't been able to get as close to as they are. So using our community partners to do that. And then lastly, medical baseline information sharing. This is our most vulnerable customer population. And so we are sharing our information about medical baseline customers with our counties, particularly county OES departments, so that they can begin planning and understanding how they want to approach that community in the event of a PSPS event. Outreach and awareness. So just making sure that our customers know that this may be coming is an important aspect. Now, a lot of them are now aware because of the events of October in particular. But in 2019, we outreached with over 18 million direct mail pieces and nearly 18 million emails to our customers. And in doing so, we identified that 76% of our customers were aware of PSPS and wildfire risk as we went into PSPS season in August. So that was an improvement over what we had seen in May, but we know that there's more we can continue to do. So we're continuing to assess what reaches our customers, what messages, what tools, and what avenues, whether it be radio commercials or direct mail pieces, etc. In 2020, we're going to be evolving all of this, continuing with many of the same things, but adjusting to make sure that it reaches customers as efficiently as possible. We're focused on, in the bottom left here, several things, including emergency readiness. So what we saw last year was a lot of based on the customer data, a lot of customers who acknowledged that the wildfire risk existed, but were not taking action to do anything about it. So we're not preparing go bags, didn't have a family plan for what we would do if an emergency were to hit our house, our community. And so we're trying to emphasize that need in our messaging in 2020, which is, it's good to know that this might be coming, but it's better to have a plan for what you'll do if a wildfire were to occur or just a PSPS event. And then we're expanding on our communication channels, our website, et cetera. We didn't highlight it in part because we improved it throughout the year, but we appreciate that in the October 9th event, PG&E's website crashed, and that was a disaster for customers and others trying to get information about the PSPS event that was underway. We have substantially expanded the capacity of our website using a cloud system, and we test it on a regular basis to handle more than the peak workflow, our website flow, than we saw during the PSPS events. So we have taken a substantial step there. That's mostly for in-event communication. But that's another part of our website focus, is to make sure that it doesn't have any of the challenges that it experienced in 2019. Okay, so that's customer outreach at a customer level. At a community level, I mentioned this a little bit earlier, and the left side, you can't read it perfectly, but it says listen and share. So once the PSPS season kind of closed around Thanksgiving in November, we again offered listening sessions, and we went out and met with over 30 counties to hear what they'd experienced, to incorporate that feedback. We provided them specific information on what we saw in their community, from wind speeds to customer outage information to where we deployed CRCs, customer resource centers, and we then listened to their feedback. Those meetings were scheduled for 2 hours, and many of them, and a few of them ran long because there was so much feedback and so much dialogue about what they experienced and what we could do better that they ran over. So we're incorporating that feedback, and we're going back to them in the coming months with localized discussions to talk about how our changes for 2020 are going to impact those communities. Where we're focused on CRC locations this year, where the weather, where our weather analysis indicates your community is most at risk, etc. We're going to be moving from localized discussions, just planning and awareness, to workshops and exercises with our counties and tribal OESs in the late Q2 window to start planning and actually exercising. If we did a PSPS event, here's how that would go, how you would operationalize that. And then ongoing engagement in August and beyond. September and October are the peak of PSPS season based on our weather analysis in our service territory. And so we need to be at full speed in August, moving into PSPS season. The one big aspect of that is the dedicated single points of contact. So we deployed this at the end of last year's PSPS season, which is that each county had one person that they could call for any questions, concerns, or issues during the PSPS event that would have the latest information, that would be able to get them the information. And we got a lot of positive feedback on that. So as we go into the 2020 PSPS season, that's one of the key tools we're going to be deploying with our counties to help support them in planning for an event and then during an event. So this is just to emphasize that we are listening to our counties. We understand that there are a number of things that we could improve and do better compared to what we did last year, and we are incorporating those things and continuing to partner with them through a multi-step outreach program. This is just some detail on that. Last year, we did 23 open houses for our customers to come in and talk to us about what they're understanding, not understanding, what they have questions about. We had over 3,000 customers attend those 23 open houses. We're targeting twice as many this year. So we're targeting at least one per county that was impacted last year, and then a few extras to make sure we're reaching our tribal areas and things like that. We also did 4 webinars last year for people who couldn't attend in person. We also had nearly 3,000 people who attended those webinars. We're targeting more this year because we want them to be available to answer people's questions. We recorded the webinar, and so it's available for anyone to go look at. But in terms of a live webinar where they can ask questions, we're looking at 12 of those. Again, I talked about the enhanced outreach. We'll be going out to 40 to 50 counties and tribes to talk to them about our localized programs and efforts in 2020. On the PSPS planning exercises, we did 17 of those planning exercises last year that were pretty targeted at like 1 or 2 counties. And one of the pieces of feedback we heard in our county outreach is that they would like to make sure they're engaged and talking to the other counties around them in thinking through these events. So we're actually exploring. The reason we say TBD there is we're considering how best to exercise with our counties. We're actually considering regional level planning exercises where we would model one of the larger PSPS events that it impacts, 30 plus counties, and then having them all participate at the same time so that they can hear and learn from each other and experience in real time. So we may actually do fewer PSPS planning exercises this year, but we may do them on a larger scale in a way that allows more parties to interact with and learn from each other through those exercises. And then similar volumes of emails and direct outreach as we use all the channels we can to make sure our customers are prepared and aware. So that's the summary of our customer education and engagement activities. Our customers learned a lot last year and are more aware than they were at this time in 2019. And so we need to we're looking to leverage that awareness into more action and into more better planning by us, by our counties, so that we can all operate more smoothly through this year's PSPS season. Lastly, we are excited about and continuing to explore new technologies that could change the risk analysis here. There is no silver bullet that PG&E has identified or learned, right? When we talk about system hardening and vegetation management, those are intensive, resource, time, and environmentally involved activities. So we're interested in and exploring additional technologies that may allow us to operate more safely, more quickly, with less impact to our customers or to resources and that kind of thing. So the first one, automatic recloser disablement, that's been enabled through the remote control of our devices. Fast trip alternating settings, we're exploring different system protection settings to try to turn the power off as quickly as possible when any fault on our system is identified. And as a part of this, we have a partnership with the Department of Energy and some national laboratories to map electric signals, the flow of electricity, to identify if there may be signatures in the electric flow that precede a failure. So is there a way to monitor the way the electricity is flowing and identify a preview signal that a failure may be imminent? And those are the kind of technologies we're interested in exploring. We're going to be doing a pilot on that this year to potentially make our fast trip settings even faster, turn the power off even earlier during high fire threat conditions on our system. Smart meters are another great tool for that data. We have 5.4 million smart meters on our system that can feed us back data. And so we're assessing and modeling different ways to ingest that data and assess for anything that indicates a potential problem, a potential failure or imminent failure. An example being a low voltage alert on our smart meters. If the smart meter is starting to see declining voltage, it may indicate a problem on our system. So we're continuing to do that. Rapid Earth Fault Current Limiter has been discussed in some of these forums previously. It's a technology from Australia. We'll be installing it at one of our substations this year, where it will serve, I believe, 3 circuits that leave from that substation. And we'll be monitoring it very closely to see how it works, what it does well, what it misses, et cetera, so that we can identify the widespread applicability of that technology on our system. So those are the asset tools. We also have some advanced modeling systems, predictive models using our weather data, our real-time situational awareness. Also, neural networks using our vegetation management data, our LiDAR data that tells us where the vegetation is in relation to our lines. We can analyze that to identify which are the most risk trees or other vegetation. And then lastly, machine learning vision analysis. So we took many millions of pictures last year as part of our inspection program. We inspected all of our assets in high fire threat districts. We took high definition photos of hundreds of thousands of them. And so we've been running those photos through machine learning algorithms to try to teach those tools, those machine learning algorithms, how to identify from photos an asset that may be of a concern. And so we don't know exactly how that, what the outcomes of that are, but we're excited for that possibility to provide us additional set of eyes, an additional tool to help us identify any risks or concerns on our system. So that's kind of the end of it. We are very focused this year on the three things I mentioned at the top, which is reducing the risk that our assets will contribute to an ignition, improving or growing our real-time situational awareness to know exactly what's going on out there and what the risk is. And then three, reducing the risk of PSPS by making it smaller, shorter, and smarter so that we impact fewer customers when we do have to take that step because of safety. So this is just a few things you can go to get more information. If you have questions after today that I didn't answer or you don't talk to me in the hallway, we have a dedicated phone line and email address for wildfire-related questions, so you can ping them. We also have our general wildfire safety website as well as the mitigation plan website, which is where our plan is, as well as it's linked from the CPUC's website. So I think that's it for me. Do we want to go to a break?
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. Yes, so we're going to head to a break right now. It is 10:55, so let's plan on being back at 11:10 so we can try to get a little extra time added onto lunch. If you need restrooms, they are on the hallway. If you go out these doors and go to the opposite side of the building, you'll find restrooms there. Thank you. Tom's just thinking about doing F5. No? Okay, is there no way to move that?
this is done. By the way, the
Mic check.
Hey.
All right, everyone, if you could please take a seat so we could get started for the Q&A portion. Okay. Okay, thank you, everyone. We're going to take 45 minutes now for Q&A. Unfortunately, I need this microphone up here, and President Batcher will be back in just a moment, but the microphones are not on up here. So that leaves us with only one microphone for questions for those in the room. So we can have folks line up for their questions. I'll ask that we keep the line maybe no longer than 3 people, so please join as somebody leaves. You can join. Also, I forgot to mention this, but for those who are on the WebEx, who are online, you can type a question into, at the bottom of your screen, there should be a bubble that looks like a conversation bubble, and that's to ask questions, to start a conversation. And if you can type your question to everyone, we have Ryan here, will be monitoring the questions, and about every 10 minutes or so, I'll give him an opportunity to break in and ask questions from those online. Any questions before we get started with questions? All right, well, don't be shy. Come on up to the mic if you have any questions. Thank you.
Well, there's that, and there's also
Hello.
I'm Wendy Almcdad, Senior Utilities Engineer in the Commission. I was wondering about one of the biggest risk drivers that you talked about, vegetation, blow-ins in particular. And I wonder, have you done studies regarding ignitions with vegetation in PG&E's territory? In particular, we've been hearing that in Australia, they've done many tests, around ignitions and the vegetation, and they're finding that dead vegetation actually isn't igniting as well as actual live, vegetation. I mean, so I'm just wondering if you've looked into that.
Sorry. Okay. We've done a lot of analysis of what hits our lines, right, and causes either ignitions or just outages. So from tree species to distance from our lines, et cetera. I would say we haven't done a lot of analysis on the fuel bed that propagates fire. I think there is research out there on that, but we haven't done a particular study of that, which I think is what you're referring to. If it falls on live vegetation, how does that spread as opposed to if it falls on dead vegetation? So I'm not aware that we've done any analysis of that in our service territory.
Are you planning to do any of that kind of ignition testing and analysis?
I'm not aware that that's in our plan right now, so that's an interesting angle to take. We're planning to do even additional research on which trees, species, and characteristics are the most at risk for impacting our stuff, so we don't start an ignition, but then where that ignition goes, we should look into that some more. Good point. It might be off.
Joseph Mitchell, Must-See Grade Road Alliance. Have a few questions, but I'll just ask one to start with. Regarding customer outreach, the reporting of claims from customers or making complaints and so forth, do you have any quality control that you're doing on your website and online where customers can reach out to you and either request compensation or file a complaint? The reason I'm asking is that as we looked at all of the PSPS reports, we saw that PG&E's customers were much, much less likely to either complain or file claims than, for instance, customers from SDG&E. It was, I think on claims, it was by a factor of 3. An affected SDG&E customer was 3 more times likely to file a claim. For complaints, it was a factor of 60. So what that implies potentially is that customers who want to complain, want to file a claim, are not able to. So do you have any mechanism for measuring whether your customers can actually reach out to you during or after outage event?
It's a good question. I'm not sure I know of any discrete quality control programs we have for those tools, right? I think there may be an element of this being the first time through for a number of PG&E customers, and so they may be not familiar with those tools, and there may be opportunities for us to raise awareness about them better. But I'll take that back for our team to look at if there may be things getting stuck in the processes, I think is what you're asking about.
Yeah, or that maybe that particular site was having problems during a PSPS event.
Yep, fair.
And I'll let somebody else ask a question, and I'll then ask.
All right, see you in a second.
I'm at Megan Samaji for the Joint Local Governments, and like Mr. Mitchell, I have a number of questions, so we might have a short merry-go-round here. I was struck by your discussion of potentially holding sort of regional practice events for the PSPS with your local communities, particularly on the scale of the 2 large October events. And that sort of set off an alarm bell in my head, because one of the primary concern that local emergency managers have is not that they will be unable to coordinate with their colleagues or, share information sort of in the midst of an event. The real concern is whether PG&E is capable in 2020 of holding useful tabletop exercises, useful functional exercises, and then in event actually providing the communication and the information necessary. We will be providing formal written comments on the new PSPF protocols that'll have more detail about, operational area exercises versus county level versus larger. But I really want to flag that as a potential concern, that we don't want to see PG&E running before it can walk in that respect.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, we've heard a lot of feedback from a lot of different counties, as I said, during the listening sessions, as well as, just through regular engagement. So we've gotten a lot of positive feedback about this concept, right? And so I think maybe there's a place for both, right? There's a place for more individualized tabletops between our single point of contact and certain county offices on a one-on-one or one-on-two kind of basis to say, here's exactly how it's going to flow and that kind of thing. And then executing the maybe more regional exercise to say, hey, here is it happening in a play, in a scenario, simulation environment. But we definitely understand that the biggest thing that everyone needs is to know exactly how it's going to go and then have it go that way. And that was, we can do better on that than we did last year.
Okay, thank you. And I think so long as the individual emergency managers' needs for planning and information sharing and all that are being met, then, the question of a regionalized practice exercise becomes less concerning. So thank you.
Yeah, understood.
Thanks. Will Abrams, just a follow-up question on the communication strategy. So I'm continuing to be concerned that what's being presented is sort of the quantity of communications as opposed to what the results are and how effective those communications are. So as I've submitted in prior filings, don't mind if it's one communication, if it's an effective one and folks get the information that they need. So can you talk a little bit about how you are measuring that and reporting out through the Wildfire Mitigation Plan, the results of that and how the messages are getting across?
Yeah, so we deployed 2 different statistically valid customer surveys, so balanced across our service territory in multiple languages in 2019, one in May and one in August, right before we entered PSPS season, to ask a suite of questions of our customers about, do you know about the wildfire risk? Do you know if you live in Tier 2 or Tier 3? Do you know about PSPS? Do you have a plan for how to execute on it? How to respond if you're alerted that you're going to be impacted by PSPS. So we have been attempting, we're doing another one actually right now to assess after the end of the season where our customers at, which is also sort of the baseline for 2020. So we are sampling and surveying our customers on a statistical system-wide level to understand where they're at and what they know, what they don't know, what actions they're taking or not, which I think gets to what you're going for, which is this effective? How many of our customers do understand what's going on versus not? We've also done a lot of focus groups and listening sessions with different customer communities, business customers, small business customers, individual customers, to incorporate their feedback in a more anecdotal way. So we have some data, we have a lot of qualitative feedback, and we're incorporating that into our adjusted processes for 2020. So we can share that data. Some of it was on the slide. Some of it, I think, has been attached to our wildfire mitigation plan. But we can, provide additional specific data if that's what you're interested in.
Yeah, and are you considering taking sort of the results of that as sort of the basis of your plan? In other words, if your communications are 60% effective in terms of the information that customers know about how to manage a PSPS event, as an example, and you set a target of 80% and track towards that, wouldn't that be sort of a a more results-oriented measure that should be sort of front and center in a communications plan?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we agree with you, right? We agree with that the goal is to raise customers' awareness. In our case, based on our analysis of 2019, awareness was relatively high. Readiness, in terms of people having taken action to do something, have a go kit, have a family evacuation plan, was relatively low. And so that's the area that we're focused on, is transitioning awareness into action for our customers to be ready for this. So yes, I don't think we've set a discrete target, but that is certainly our goal, is to not just send a bunch of pieces of mail, but to get them moved up the maturity level in terms of awareness and readiness.
And your expectation is that would be in the wildfire mitigation plan? Are those results-oriented metrics, or no, just the quantity?
We're open to including that in our wildfire mitigation plan. Our mitigation plan I don't believe our 2020 plan had exact numbers on any of this in terms of a target for awareness or readiness. But we're open to that conversation.
Just to break in for a moment, we do have the other mic available now, so feel free to line up over there. And before you go, are there any questions online, Ryan? Okay, please go ahead. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Bayless. I'm here today representing the California Environmental Justice Alliance. In your presentation, you note, that some populations have increased vulnerability to both wildfire and PSPS events.
Mm-hmm.
And in addition, you also describe several different types of hardening measures, either to reduce PSPS events or reduce the potential of ignitions. How are you prioritizing the communities that get that hardening? Are you considering those increased vulnerabilities that certain communities have, such as communities that are linguistically isolated, or communities that lack transportation, have to rely on public transportation? Are you looking at that when prioritizing?
Yes, but yes, we are looking at that as a factor in our analysis. Our analysis, however, is primarily focused on the areas with the highest wildfire risk, if we're talking about ignition prevention, and the areas with the most and if we're talking about PSPS reduction, the areas with the most customers who are the most frequently impacted, right? So we know that in 2019, there were certain corridors, 2 different corridors, that were impacted 5-6 times by PSPS because of the wind patterns. So our efforts are focused there, in those 2 corridors in particular. So we are not superseding that analysis with the environmental social justice layer, right? That's a layer that we have in mind and that we're incorporating in the analysis. I would say it's a factor that might drive a project here or there, but we're starting with who are the most impacted customers and how can we reduce their likelihood of PSPS, or where are the corridors or the areas that are most at risk for wildfire, both spread and likelihood, that we can reduce the ignition risk. So it's in there, but it's not for sure the sole analyzing tool.
Okay, so is that new to you? Because from what I understood last cycle, it wasn't in the analysis. So is that a new factor that's been added into the analysis?
Yes. We started incorporating it in 2019, but after our plan had been finalized in terms of our planning for 19 into 20. So it's incorporated, yes.
And has that been used as a decision point of where to locate a particular hardening measure? Has that been the deciding factor in any of the hardening measures that have been conducted to date?
I don't know I can't point to a single project that was like, oh, we definitely did this one, or, it got the tiebreaker because it was in the ESJ type of area. But it's part of the factor. I mean, we're looking at a number of different factors, and so it's in there. We can look into if there were any that would fit that description.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi there, Katie Morsoni from TURN. And I'm particularly interested in how risk has informed your decision-making throughout this process. I know that the guidance documents required risk-spend efficiencies to be provided for the different mitigation measures, but as I went through, I saw a lot of things either clumped together, not mitigation by mitigation, but rather as part of a group, or no RSC provided for other items. So this could apply to any area, but I'm going to start with, you discussed that there's going to be additional grid segmentation and sectionalization before the next PSPS. how was the risk-spend efficiency used to determine how that segmentation occurs?
So risk-spend efficiency is a tool that we're continuing to evolve, right? It's not something that we have incorporated or modeled for every activity, right? As you mentioned, there are a number of the initiatives that are NA because they're foundational or a control in terms of we've been doing them forever. And so modeling, what you would be modeling if you did a risk spend efficiency for them is not how much more risk they reduce, but what would happen if you took them away. And that's difficult for us to model. So to your larger question, that's a tool that we need to evolve. And you know, there's been years of analysis and discussion of that as part of RAMP and SMAP proceedings. So do you want to comment on that? I
was going to ask, are you using the methodology that was approved as part of the last SMAP decision?
Yes, MAVF, multi-attribute variable function.
I believe it was in the settlement agreement for the next PG&E ramp.
Yes, yes. And our next ramp is coming up in less than 6 months, and so we're on that cycle now. But as it relates to sectionalization, right, and installing additional switches so that we can cut up our grid into smaller bits, that was analyzed based on number of customers who can be benefited, right? So it didn't use the same SMAP type risk analysis to identify which switches to deploy, but it used a more gross risk model, which is how many customers can we reduce the likelihood of PSPS for each piece of effort that we deploy, in this case, each switch that we install. So I would say risk analysis and risk modeling is built throughout our processes. Risk spend efficiency in the SMAP system may or may not be completely applicable to every activity, right? Because what reduces the risk of an ignition is actually the PSPS event. So we have a RSE number for that. This doing additional sectionalization so that fewer customers are impacted reduces the customer pain, the customer experience challenge of doing the PSPS, right? So we don't have our RSE for the sectionalization separately, but we did do modeling and risk analysis to identify which areas we should deploy that tool.
I'm going to hand over to Ryan to ask a question from the WebEx, and then we'll move on.
Okay. Please explain how PG&E plans to provide backup power to medically dependent customers who cannot easily leave their homes during outages. Many will not be able to safely use fossil backup generators if they are apartment dwellers, etc. Do you have plans to get clean backup power to medically dependent customers?
So good question, a challenging topic that we've been discussing a lot over the last 2 years. PG&E does not discreetly have a program to deploy generation to individual customers in case of a PSPS event. PG&E is partnering with some community organizations, CBOs, that do provide that service based on their understanding and analysis of the customers who need that kind of service. So the CFILC, California Foundation for Independent Living, I said that wrong, but CFILC deployed this last year. So as it shows in the middle of this screen, hopefully you can see online, they deployed nearly 200 portable backup batteries, charging devices, as well as hotel stays for medically sensitive customers. So PG&E does not have a individual customer by individual customer backup generation strategy or program. We are partnering with community organizations who know their communities even better than we do and know who needs it and where they need it, and they are deploying that in some cases. So we understand and appreciate that this is a critical need. We're partnering with groups who can help meet that need in the right places with the right customers, and we're very focused on how do we make PSPS smaller and shorter so that fewer people just experience that challenge and need.
Good morning. Chris Parks from the Public Advocate's Office. I had a question on, earlier you mentioned in your presentation a couple of the big drivers for ignitions with vegetation and equipment failures. And back in the 2014 general rate case, there was a report from Liberty Consulting that discussed wires down events at PG&E. I think that they mentioned something like on the order of 8 wires down a day on average, and that 36% of the time they remain energized. Have you studied, or do you plan to study, whether that percentage and that number of wires down on average is a factor in ignitions that can be specifically addressed?
So I'm not sure we've done a widespread study recently that speaks to this data. We investigate every single wire down, and we investigate every single ignition, and sometimes those two things overlap. And we analyze through those investigations what of our system did not work properly, right? So the proper operation of our system would be that if a wire hits the ground, something trips off, whether it's a circuit breaker or a fuse or something to de-energize the line. And so if that scenario were to occur, which is a wire down and it stays energized, our investigation would identify what happened on that location. We have a team that analyzes those at a high level to say, do we have a pattern here? Are these kind of fuses failing to operate? Are these kind of circuit breakers not tripping off? So I don't have system-wide data for you on those numbers, similar to what you quoted, but I do know that we are constantly looking at that and looking at how can we fix the system if it's a fix, or enhance to avoid those negative outcomes.
I'm sorry, we have the follow-up to the online question. Do you only partner with CFILC, or have you considered other partnerships in this space?
Good question. We've considered other partnerships. We've been talking to several others. That is the first one. That's the most mature of our partnerships so far. So that's the one that operated in 2019, which is why I reference it, why it's on the slide, because we've actually deployed some community support activities through them in 2019. But for 2020, we're talking to other community-based groups, particularly as it relates to the access and functional needs community, but also as it relates to language, more isolated language communities, in terms of how can we partner with organizations who already know how to reach that community and raise awareness and that kind of thing. So we are partnering with others, but that's the one that's the most mature and actually actionable so far.
Megan Samaji for the Joint Local Governments. In terms of enhanced and situational awareness, I believe PG&E already has significantly improved its weather and its fire prediction modeling, as well as, accounting for many tens of billions more data inputs in all of the, models you're running in your Wildfire Safety Operations Center. So does PG&E have a plan in 2020 to share the results of that modeling, whether actual real time or for planning purposes, directly with your county and city emergency managers?
So there are aspects that we already share, right? We were working through, we found an advice letter, I think it was in July of last year, that talked about this very topic, right? And talked about how we were starting at the state level, right, to understand how do we share best with Cal OES and Cal Fire, what data flows back and forth that's of benefit to everyone. There's just there's a lot of counties to drop down to the next level. And so we're trying to get that state partnership right. And then I think, yes, we're interested in how can what we have support the counties. So I want to be clear, it's not a black box in terms of there's already data and information flowing from our weather stations, from our weather forecasting system that's on the website to counties and anyone else who's interested. But as far as like in-depth connecting your system to our system, I'm not sure when we're going to be ready to do that with counties.
I asked because that advice letter, the record of this proceeding already makes fully clear my client's position about the sufficiency.
I want to be careful that we don't tread into any ex partes here.
But it continues to be the local government's view that in 2020, we really need the same type of predictive information that the state is getting. We need it at the same time the state is getting it. It is just critical that we not have a two-class system of recipients for this incredibly crucial information. So I will really recommend to PG&E that expanding that information sharing to its 48 counties is probably not going to be the insurmountable obstacle that it may have seemed this time last year.
Yeah, I don't think we think it's an insurmountable obstacle in the long run. And we're interested and very willing to get there. So I understand your feedback and the counties you represent as well.
Hello, Marcel Haverger with Turn. I have a question regarding the Enhanced Vegetation Management Program. And first a comment and then a question. With the understanding, I appreciate Judge Sumser, you alerting us that vegetation management.
Not judge anymore.
Okay.
Just want to be clear, I'm not a
decision maker
here today.
So I'll try not to go into too much detail, but my comment is, looking at your PG&E's plan, it appears that PG&E is forecasting it will spend about $180 million a year on doing the routine vegetation trimming, presumably to the new 12-foot clearances, the conductor to sky clearances, maybe another $40 million to do that on transmission lines. And then you're forecasting about almost $500 million a year for the at-risk species program as part of enhanced management. And I know there was a lot of discussion during the 2019 wildfire mitigation plans about should we remove healthy trees if they're tall that they could fall over, should we not? What kind of risk really is that? And so, and I guess also keeping in mind that we're supposed to go forward, and yet to analyze the effectiveness of these different measures, we have to look back at what happened. And I'm curious if you can tell us what kind of data PG&E has been using to analyze the effectiveness of the new trimming requirements that just came in the beginning of 2018, your new ground to sky trimming that I presume you started in 2019, and what leads you to conclude that you should spend, almost $500 million a year on identifying and removing high-risk species outside of those clearing parameters?
Yeah, so we use historical data to inform our analysis going forward. So two parts to your question. One is when we looked at what had historically caused ignitions as it related to vegetation management or vegetation in general, 75% of the ignitions were caused by trees falling from outside the right-of-way. So we sometimes refer to those as high-risk trees or at-risk species. So the biggest cause of ignitions is those trees maybe outside the right-of-way or at least outside the clearance window of our compliance requirements. So that was the first indicator of why we should be pursuing that kind of activity. If we want to reduce ignitions, if we want to reduce wildfire risk, that's where we have to go to get it. The compliance vegetation clearing is relatively almost a non-existent likelihood of causing an ignition. We haven't had a grow into our lines in a very long time. So so that's how we got here. We're continuing to analyze the data as it exists. We now have about 3,000 miles, 3,200 miles that have been treated with the enhanced vegetation management, the overhang clearing and the at-risk tree species. So we're analyzing the outage history or the outage experiences on those lines as it compares to lines that have not yet been treated. We don't have conclusive data yet. It hasn't been very long that those lines have been cleared to that standard. But our expectation is that those lines that have been cleared would experience fewer outages, which could be considered a near miss to an ignition, and fewer ignitions caused by vegetation because of the way we've now trimmed it with the cleared overhangs. So we are investigating and analyzing this. We don't have a comprehensive data set yet.
I mean, one follow-up. Regarding the 75% of vegetation-caused ignitions due to fall-ins from outside the right-of-way. PG&E also has a very large program to remove dead, dying, and diseased trees that stemmed from the drought executive order. Has PG&E analyzed whether those fall-ins were due to dead, dying, or diseased trees versus healthy trees that you would classify as at-risk species?
Yeah, great question. And yes, we've analyzed that. Again, we investigate every one of these, particularly ignitions where it's related to vegetation. And I can't remember the exact numbers, but a small portion were due to identifiably dead trees. Like if you'd been out there the day before, you'd have known it was dead. Another portion were due to trees that upon intrusive investigation, it turns out were diseased or dying, right? Unobservable rot, things of that nature. And then a portion are completely healthy trees. So we've been trying to continue to refine our tree assessment model to take those into account and figure out exactly how do we identify the right trees. I think it was in your testimony last year, you guys said you probably only need to remove 10% of the trees you're removing. And I think you're right. We just don't know which 10% those are, right? Our models and forecasting vegetation behavior is not precise enough to be able to identify exactly which tree needs to go. So as we get better at that, as we get more data and we identify additional tool sets to analyze trees, we may be able to shrink that scope, and that's our goal, so that we don't spend money, effort, and environmental impact to remove trees that don't need to be removed. But we need to remove the ones that may be at risk of starting a wildfire.
I'm going to hand this over to President Batcher for just a moment for a couple questions and then go back.
Excuse me, Mr. Abrams. I'm going to jump ahead of you if I may. Thank you, Mr. Pender, very much for your presentation. I appreciate, and I look forward to seeing action, of course, more than words. You've heard that from me before.
Yep, sure.
You mentioned all of the things that you all are doing this year for 2020 versus those things that were done in 2019. And when you add up the arithmetic, as you did, you come to, I believe, 30% change when you add up all the new things, all the different things, all the escalation of things that you're doing. And when I do the arithmetic, not of your specific customers, but when you do the household, I think it's times 3 or times 4, that would still actually be about 1.5 million people that would be in a power shutoff. Mm-hmm. So I'm really wondering, is that enough? Are you getting to the numbers quickly enough? Are you getting to the remediation of your systems? Are you getting to some of the changes you've made and are going to make, and I hope are currently making, to get to indeed the smaller, smarter, et cetera, smaller, shorter, smarter that you imply?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's a fair question. It's one we've been wrestling with and trying to assess what can we do? What's the maximum we can do before the 2020 wildfire season? This is a big swing at it. This is a big evolution from what we had last year, what we learned. We have 500,000 people, customer accounts, who live in high fire threat districts. So they live in a high fire threat district. If the wind is considerable in their area, they are potentially always at risk of this, right? And so there's a floor of how much we can shrink the exposed population. The sectionalizing devices allow us to cut up and eliminate some people who don't need to be in it. But 500,000 customers is, at this point, where based on the high fire threat definitions, is a population for which this PSPS tool will always exist in some form, right? By hardening, by doing veg management, the thresholds may be able to raise, right? And therefore the likelihood that they'd be turned off because of wind decreases. But that's what I would say. So we haven't identified, there are no tools left on the cutting room floor here. There are no things that we said, oh, we could do that, but we don't want to go for it this year, right? This is the full suite of the analysis that we have done in terms of what could be done to reduce 2020 scope based on what we experienced in 2019. I'm sure we will learn some things in 2020 that will help us identify what can be done in the next in the next turn. But it's not like we looked at, oh, if we did 1,000 switches, it would make it a lot better, but we're only going to go for 600. This was the population of switches that would provide benefit. And you'll see that in our filing, like the switch program, for example, we are targeting 592 this year and a very small number next year because we don't have any other switches that would provide PSPS benefit that we're aware of right now. Now, when we do next year's annual update, we might identify another set of switches, but so that's what I'll say is that I don't know for certain exactly how much we could possibly reach under perfect scenario, but given what we know now and the tools that we have available to us, this is how much we can do this year. And we're taking a big swing at it. We're going to learn a lot more.
I hope you hit a home run on that big swing because we all need it because we don't want the lessons learned for 2020 to be deadly lessons.
Agreed.
So thank you. One other quick question, and then I'll turn it back to the public if I may. So the website was, of course, a huge concern, and you've well stated that, and was quite a disaster for us all. And it does seem that you've made some improvements. Going to the cloud technology, of course, is important, and I do understand that you're still talking to the California Department of Technology for other ideas, which is important. But how quickly does your website scale to meet the load, the new load that you're planning? I think the number, I don't have the page in front of me, was 1 million customers. Still, you're driving in what you have presented today. You all will be driving people to the website. You'll be driving them to see the maps. You'll be driving them to see the weather conditions newly added. So that is huge. But if it's going to take your website, frankly, 15 minutes to scale up, you're going to have a crash. And this is not good. So I'm hopeful that all that you're doing is also to scale and to speed.
Yes, yes, totally agreed. Sorry if I interrupted there.
No, you didn't.
Okay, so absolutely. So on October 9th, well, on October 7th, which is when leading up to PSPS, our website first failed, our website was 100% run on PG&E servers in PG&E's data center. Those servers couldn't handle the level of scope that we had. So within the month of October, we had scaled to a cloud solution where 90% of our day-to-day traffic under normal circumstances is run on our servers and 10% is run on the cloud in real time. That 10% that's on the cloud is the part that can scale rapidly, right? Our contract with our cloud vendor allows us a very high level of scope. And so it pivots immediately, right? Our servers can only handle so much, and then as additional visits, as additional web hits occur, they go to the cloud. And so that percentage can switch to 50-50 PG&E servers versus the cloud in real time. So there's no delay, there's no kick on the backup switch. It is in real time balancing between the cloud, which has essentially infinite support capacity, and our servers, which have limited. So the speed of that transition should be not an issue. We practice this, we model this on a, I think it's a monthly basis, but I can double check, that we model the peak flow of web hits that we saw during the PSPS events last year to see how our system responds to it.
Do you do a percentage beyond that? Because as we all know, there were many people that were trying to get on the website who literally couldn't.
Oh, yes.
So it well may be more than what you're exercising to.
Yes, yeah, fair. So yes, we also do sort of max capacity tests where we test multiples of that flow to make sure our system can handle it, and it can. We had implemented this tool by the October 26th PSPS event, which was actually larger in total customers impacted, and our website had no challenges then, right? I mean, we measured everything from load page refresh times, et cetera, and it had no challenges. So it's been tested on the test bed, and it's been tested in real time in that event, and it's come out very strong. So we have high confidence, but we continue to test to make sure that it doesn't have a bug.
I don't want to take any more time from the public and their questions. I just have ongoing concerns about the CRCs. I have ongoing concern about your single point of contact with the counties. Some counties are far more impacted than others. You know the difficulties you all had communicating. I hope that you're currently now testing those single points of contact when indeed you all may need to have more people at PG&E that are actually the point of contact, and also that the people that you have as your point of contact within your company are people that actually have full information about that county, that they have a situational awareness about that county and the folks in that county and the numbers in that county to include some of the vulnerable populations, et cetera, because we do know of some instances where when that person could be located within the company, they didn't have information. So I have ongoing concerns about the CRCs, how they're set up, what times they're going to be set up, what it is that you are going to be making available to the public, like that you're testing some brick and mortar. But I think there's a lot more that can be done. And as I said, in, I guess, December, November, this is the easy stuff. And you guys have got to get the easy stuff right. Okay, thank you. Mr. Abrams.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. And just, so my question actually is coming off of President Batcher's first question, which is questioning the premise that faster, shorter is the right primary metric for power shutoffs. So I'm concerned that one power shutoff might be 5 really short power shutoffs, and that doesn't necessarily have less of an impact on the public. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is safer because now you're turning off and on the power multiple times. So concerned about that, and that sort of leads into sort of my broader question, is that as I look through your presentation, there's a lot of discussion about external risks, and there's not really any in there of note that are internal risks. And so wanting to understand if that was by design in terms of making sure that those internal risks are not part of the wildfire mitigation plan, things like your financial structure and how that might or might not align to your goals, things like business processes and where those fall short, or staffing and those types of things that are real risks but are nowhere to be found in the wildfire mitigation plan. Hoping you can comment on that.
So if I'm understanding your question to be what internal risks may get in the way of us executing this plan and delivering the outcomes that are expressed in this plan, we have, I believe, a limited conversation about that in the back of Section 5. But yeah, our job, my job at PG&E is to make sure those internal systems are lined up to execute on this program and that we execute effectively. We were challenged throughout 2019, but ultimately accomplished pretty much all the goals from our 2019 plan, which was similarly ambitious and aggressive. So I wouldn't say I'm not worried about internal roadblocks or internal challenges, but we have a lot of focus from the ground to the board of directors on executing against what we have put here, which is still a very ambitious and aggressive plan to reduce wildfire and PSPS impacts to our customers. So on that front, yes, our plan is mostly focused on the external risks that we're trying to reduce, because that is the value we need to provide to our customers, is reduce those risks. And we need to handle, and we will handle, any internal challenges in executing on this. To your first question, PSPS events, you said, is smaller and shorter the right metric? The perfect metric is the smallest and the shortest, given the weather factors and the conditions that our system experienced. And so that is what we're working towards, right? We don't know exactly what the smallest and the shortest is that can reduce the risk so that our communities don't experience the downside, the significant risks of a potential wildfire. But that's what we're focused on. So in 2020, we're focused on smaller and shorter. But in the long run, yes, we want to make it the smallest and the shortest that can be experienced. To your exact example, I mean, we can have an interesting technical debate about a couple little ones versus one longer one, or those kind of things. But yeah, we're in alignment philosophically, which is we all want it to be the smallest and the shortest possible event and disrupt people's lives the least. Make sense?
It does, and you know, part of it, the reason why I asked that question is, you know, from my own personal experience, you know, part of this was power shut off, go back home, try to, you know, turn on the refrigerator, oh, power back off, all right, now we gotta evacuate again. And so sometimes sort of understanding that, all right, it's gonna be out for a day, a full day, is less of a burden on residents than not knowing how many times during a day the power will go off, just as an example. And just to clarify, so your intention is to include more internal risks in your wildfire mitigation plan, or you're thinking that those will remain internal and not public or CPUC facing?
So our intention is to handle that ourselves to make sure that we execute against these things we've outlined in the plan. We're happy to discuss those. We're happy to go into it as people are interested, but that's our job, right, is to make sure that we execute on all these things we've put in our plan. It's all of our job as part of this proceeding to make sure we're doing the right things, right, and that we're doing it at the right scale. And so once we decide on the right things, we've put out our proposal basically, then we're going to execute to those things. And we can talk about what challenges we might have in marshaling the resources, but we are confident that based on the plan we've put out, we can execute against that and get those internal things out of the way.
I'm going to hand it over to Ryan for a moment, but I want to, we are at 11:58, so I'm going to allow us to go about 5 minutes over, and then we'll try to make that up in the afternoon, or if we have to run, you know, to 4:35, we'll do that.
Okay. So one of PG&E's challenges in customer notification is missing customer contact information. Since neither a phone number or email is required to sign up for service, what is PG&E doing to contact or reach out to customers without phone or email? PG&E's wildfire mitigation plan only mentioned text, phone, and email as channels of communication in the event of a PSPS.
Yeah, that's a great question. So to the last part, yes, text, phone, and email are the only channels of communication for most customers that we are planning to execute during a PSPS event due to timing. Just for clarity, we do knock on doors for medical baseline customers if we haven't heard from them otherwise, but that's a little bit of a special case or a smaller population. We are doing a lot of outreach to the people who we don't have customer contact information. I forget the number, it might even be in our plan, but there is a population, I think it's single-digit percents, like 8% or 9%, who live in a high fire threat district but have never given us a phone number or email address. We're pinging them in a lot of different ways. These people are generally paying their bills, so they know how to get information from us and pay, but they are not responding to our previous programs to outreach to them. So we do have a program really targeted at those folks to get their contact information, where we're doing direct mailings because we have their address and that kind of thing. So we're really pushing that to try to make sure that we have complete contact information. But even for the people we do, we know that some percentage of it is out of date. We have the wrong phone number, we may have the wrong email address, or an email address they don't check. So we are still trying to refresh with all of our customers to make sure we can reach them if we need to in a PSPS event. Okay, lightning round.
Katie Morstoney from Turn. You just mentioned in response to Mr. Abrams' question that PG&E in many cases is going to have to address the challenge of marshaling the resources to get the work done that's in the plan. And that actually segues nicely into my question, which is how did PG&E quantify constraints like workforce and time in putting together their plan?
Yes, yeah. So there are some elements of this plan where those constraints are meaningful. System hardening being the best example, right? We'd love to harden as many miles as we could as quickly as possible, but these are very involved projects, right? To redesign how your system operates in an area, to underground, et cetera, et cetera. And so the cycle time for a project like that is usually 12 months or longer, from identifying what you want to harden to getting it done in the field. And so we have incorporated those kind of limitations and operational concerns into our plan here. And what you'll see in the example of system hardening is that we did 170 miles last year, we're doing 240 this year, and then we're ramping up to like 320, I think, 400 something in 2022. So we're ramping up that ability because you need to build the backlog to be ready to construct it. So I use that as an example of, yes, we've incorporated what constraints exist in terms of deploying different of these programs. The high definition cameras, for example, there's one vendor that we use to install those and network them up. They can't do 1 million in a year. And so, well, actually, we're going for, I think, 1,300. They can't do 1,300 in a year. So they did 200 last year, 100 last year, 200 this year, et cetera. So the simple answer is yes, we've incorporated those resource constraints where they exist to deliver on a pace that's achievable but aggressive in reducing wildfire risk.
Joseph Mitchell, Mussey Great Road Alliance. This is a follow-up to Katie's question. You've hired 5,000 arborists. You're putting together a wildfire safety division. You're building up resources in a lot of these areas. To what extent are you experiencing staffing constraints? And are you coordinating with other utilities who are trying to scale up at the same time? Also, Wildfire Safety Division is trying to scale up their operations. Are you hitting the limits yet? And is that going to happen? And if so, what are your plans for taking care of that?
Yeah, that's very fair. So there are 3 areas where there are limitations that we have experienced. The first is vegetation management. We have pushed the boundaries of, the number of qualified arborists in the state of California to get to the 5,000, right? But we achieved that, right, which was enough to help us achieve our 2019 goals and set us up for success in 2020. So we've pushed that boundary, we've expanded that balloon, and now we're at a pace that we can continue to operate at. Linemen has been a challenge at times, qualified electrical workers to do asset inspections, repairs, system hardening, switch installation, et cetera, the bulk of our program. We have thousands internally, and we also contract with additional ones. But to the answer to Katie's question, we've incorporated that limitation, and that's part of our plan. We can execute on the plan we have with the line of sight we have to how many resources are out there.
So scaling up if you were to try to scale up any of these operations drastically, then you would potentially hit those resource constraints?
Yes. I mean, if the decision that came out of this was to double any of our programs, that would likely run into substantial challenges with resource availability.
Thank you.
Okay, and this will be the last question before lunch. Thanks.
Okay. It's a bad time to ask a question. In following up on the Liberty report that I mentioned earlier, and it mentioning 36% of the time when wires come down that they remain energized until a trouble person arrives. They also mentioned that they knew of several other major utility systems, a 23 kV system, where down energized conductors are estimated to be fractions of 1%. And so in looking at the mitigation plans that PG&E has submitted, when it comes down to conductor failures, wires down, under the columns that talk about average percentage likelihood of ignitions per incident or number of ignitions mitigated, those are listed as NA. I guess not applicable or not available or something like that. I'm just curious, is PG&E going to look at whether energized wires down is a significant factor in ignitions and then provide mitigations for that type of risk?
Right. So if you want to talk to that table, we can look at that table. I don't exactly know what you're referring to, but in general, yes, we investigate every ignition. We know which ones were related to a wire down versus other factor, like a branch hitting our lines, catching fire, and then falling. And so we have incorporated the learnings from all of those ignition analyses. And if we wanted to aggregate data, like how many of those ignitions were related to a wire down that either stayed energized or switched out, the breaker opened, for example, we could get that information. So I think your question is, do we plan to do that analysis? I don't know that we have plans for a unique and special analysis of that, but we are collecting that data all the time with any ignitions or wire down events that we have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pender. So we'll break for lunch. We'll come back at 1:05 is when we'll plan on starting. So a 5-minute delay. Thank you.
Trying. And sorry, you're with?
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll get started with our first presentation for the afternoon from Transbay Cable.
Good afternoon. Before I start, I'd like to thank you, Melissa, and Ryan for your efforts in putting this together and the generous amount of time you've afforded us to give this briefing. I will be probably handing some of that back. So I guess it's who's coming up next, SDG&E. Be prepared to start early. All right. Good afternoon. I'm Colin Sullivan. I'm the Director of Engineering for Transbay Cable, and I'm joined by my colleague here, Lynneal Gardner, as our Principal Attorney. I'm going to warn you that our company's presentation is likely to differ a little from those of our peers due to limited scale and scope of our operations, the very nature of our transmission system, and our lack of distribution customers. We represent an edge case in wildfire mitigation planning. However, edge cases can often provide insights and perspective that base cases cannot. I thank you in advance for your time, attention, and any questions you may have. So there's the agenda. I expect not to take the full 30 minutes, and I'll be probably prepared to address any of your questions early, but I will be more than happy to go back to any slide that you might prompt any sort of questions as we have that questions answered. While a relatively small transmission component of the Greater Bay Area system, TPC provides a lot of value. We provide 40% of the power to the city, and right now we're actually regulating the voltage for the PG&E substations in Pittsburgh and in San Francisco. In addition, we provide, a lot of congestion relief to the Greater Bay Area grid by providing San Francisco a direct connection to a lot of the renewable generation that is in the San Francisco Delta. And that provides a lot of economic values for the ratepayers, right? But again, we don't have any distribution customers. We are solely transmission. So our operating territory, you can see we have essentially 3 elements: our 53-mile submarine cable, which goes from Pittsburgh, California to the Potrero Converter Station in San Francisco. While they're often referred to as substations, this represents, they're actually converter stations, and they operate a little bit differently than your standard substation, all right, based on the nature of the HVDC transmission system. We do a lot less switching, right? We have a lot less air-insulated equipment in our yards, and based on the fact that we have a fairly modern set of technology in HVDC transmission, our protection response is much more robust and protects the system faster. And for anybody who's interested in HVDC technology, please hit me up afterwards. I'll be glad to go over it with you. So this is our Potrero Converter Station. It's in San Francisco. Right? There's no real wildfire risk there. And to the extent that in our submissions, we have not really actually done a full wildfire risk for the area. The fire response there is robust. However, I will say that in learning about improvements of fire protection systems, we fully intend to implement the knowledge we have gained for our Potrero substation, because we know that this area is having an increased density of residential homes being added to it. As you can see in the picture, there's actually a project to replace the old power station there with a mixed-use commercial and residential high-rise. So we're cognizant of that, and we're respectful of the needs of our neighbors and understanding what sort of risk we present and how to mitigate it. So this is our other converter station. this is the one we're a little bit more concerned about. While not in a wildland or even in a wildland-urban interface, it does have vegetative fuel in the area. And in the following slides, I'll discuss a little bit more in depth what the risks are associated with this converter station. So to kind of give you a little bit of context as to where our converter stations are located relative to the high-threat fire districts, you can see kind of blown up.
Colin, sorry to interrupt, but do you mind going a little closer to the mic?
Sure.
So that people online can hear you. Thank you.
So this is a graphic where our converter stations are overlaid upon the CAL FIRE high-threat fire district map. You can see that we're on the periphery of that, especially up in Pittsburgh. We do have proximate vegetative fuels in very close proximity to our Pittsburgh converter station. And this is an area that's been a focus for us as we've gone through our wildfire mitigation efforts, although this doesn't really necessarily constitute wildland or a wildland-urban interface. The chief concern is that those proximate vegetative fuels are immediately adjacent to our converter station, although we have a couple mitigations you can see already there between the exterior wall and the components of concern, our main transformers. Obviously, we want to do whatever we can to protect the nearby residential community from any hazard that they may be exposed to from our operations. So this is a real-world example of where those proximate vegetative fuels have actually ignited. Last year, there was a fire in that area, not attributable to either TBC or PG&E, but it is a potential risk for operations in the area. One of the things we were very focused on at Transbay Cable is looking at seismic protection to preclude that as a potential source of fire ignition under a seismic event. We have made a lot of investments in the hardening of our systems, both in our converter halls, and actually next week we are starting work on the ground for a project to put triple pendulum seismic isolators underneath all our main transformers. So we're looking forward to when CPUC stands up the seismic safety division, and we'll be prepared for that. One of the other areas of concern for us is having no overhead lines or infrastructure where a lot of the initiatives are focused is our concern with uncoordinated excavation. It's theoretically possible that, an excavator, doesn't put out a dig notice and, excavates into one of our underground cables, causing an ignition event. However, you can see what sort of infrastructure we have in place. When we talk about covered conductor for Transbay cables, underground, it's copper core surrounded by cross-linked polyethylene, surrounded by steel cable, surrounded by a steel reinforced concrete vault, and overfilled by 4 to 6 feet of what you're seeing the surface of thermalized or fluidized thermal backfill with marking tape. Now, one of the initiatives we've implemented in the last year is we have installed a real-time cable monitoring system that is essentially an acoustic system, a sonar system that will detect any sort of excavation or loud events in proximity to our cable. determine if to potentially interrupt that sort of activity in a timely manner. Now, our wildfire planning has prompted us to make sure we have a better understanding of the risk and potential, consequences of a fire event, that it would be initiated from our converter station. So we commissioned a study and came up with these results. This is the results for a western fire scenario, prevailing winds to the west, and how it could transition to the vegetative fuels that are there, which could continue on into the nearby residential districts in Pittsburgh. And this is the eastern fire scenario. The assessment includes a more urban focus, and I think these are all assessed without fire response, but we now understand the sort of magnitude of the damage that could incur. So this is our key metric. Due to the limited scale and scope of TVC's operations, and substantial hardening we already have in place, due to being with our cables underground or submerged and having, no distribution customers. Unfortunately, I've given Ryan and Melissa a spreadsheet full of zeros in most cases. All right, properly formatted. All right, Excel spreadsheet. So it's all there. All right, it's just full of zeros, except for I think there's 2 entries that we talk about the number of critical facilities. There's a 3 there. Okay, but this is sort of, where we would all help to end up one day, right? Is with this. We just got that earlier, and we were significantly advantaged by our small scale, our lack of distribution customers, and quite frankly, an underwater cable. But that doesn't mean that this process has not been valuable for us. What we have found is we did take a look at, what are the weather effects on our system, right? There's not really any. We did look at those things and found that our operations, we tracked those things, didn't change, didn't influence how we operated. TVC, by its nature, we have, no anticipated need for a public safety shutoff that can be reasonably foreseen. The reality is that if we come out of service, as we're about to, for an outage, San Francisco still gets power. Just the ratepayers pay a little bit more for it, all right, because of the congestion as it comes up the peninsula. And I'm interconnected with PG&E on both ends. So I'm somewhat beholden to them about if they determine they're going to public safety power shut off the Pittsburgh converter station, I'm on vacation. I have nothing to do. It has been a good catalyst, the wildfire mitigation planning, in looking at a number of things to make sure that, in a wider sense, our fire protection is solid and we have a good understanding of potential impacts in that circumstance. All right. But what we're finding is, and you'll see, and it's stated in our wildfire mitigation plan, is TVC does not have a dedicated program for wildfire mitigation, but we have solid safety programs that meet the same desired effect. So what are those? All right, so in this, for the 2020 wildfire season, all right, I've already talked a little bit about the upgrades we're doing to our main transformers for seismic concerns. And we have actively going on a third-party assessment for fire protection systems that could be potentially implemented to make ourselves a sort of a world-class fire protected facilities. That's certainly my vision as the Director of Engineering at Transbay Cable. We're going to continue on, and we're going to, participate and continue to update, our wildfire maturity assessment. I'm just not sure how far we're going to be able to get in that. Some of those upper echelons of that maturity matrix just can't apply to TBC due to the limited scale and scope. We are going to look at capital improvements for further fire protection, and we're going to continue to look to assess opportunities for seismic hardening. So for the next 3 years, I intend to achieve that world-class standing for a fire protection facility, and sustain for the next 10 years. We're going to continue to be engaged in ensuring that we can move as far as we can on that wildfire mitigation maturity model. So what do we achieve this year? Well, still 0 ignitions. That's good. Talked about our installation of our real-time cable monitoring system. That acoustic system, is very interesting. Happy to interact it. We're getting a lot of value at it. We have initiated a third-party fire protection system assessment to validate our assumptions, look at the risk, and make sure we're moving out in the right direction. We've conducted a fire impact study, which was not actually included in our 2019 WMP, but I'm going to take credit for it. And our seismic projects are on track starting next week. So that's a brief overview of the Transbay Cable Wildfire Mitigation Plan. Nearly on time, but I'm going to hand the rest of it back. So I think I'm ready to answer questions, and if needs be, my colleague here will join me.
Great. So if any questions, feel free to come up to the mic. We'll also monitor for any questions coming in online. Going once. I'm seeing nothing on the WebEx at the moment. So if there's nothing in the room, that will conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Ryan.
So for those online, we'll just take a few minutes here to set up for our next presentation for San Diego Gas and Electric. I'm counting, so if you'll permit me, maybe we'll start in 5 minutes? Or?
1:30 is
okay.
fine.
At 1:30. Okay, for everybody online, we will be getting started with San Diego Gas and Electric's presentation. Please.
Good afternoon. That seems kind of loud. Is that okay? My name is John Jenkins. I'm San Diego Gas and Electric's Vice President of Electric System Operations. I have responsibility for our wildfire mitigation activities. Also the one who signed off on our plan that we filed about a week and a half ago on February 7th. Thank you for the opportunity to come here today and go over our plan. But before we do that, wanted to, okay, there we go. I wanted to provide some context as to how this translates into our performance through fire weather events. So walking back through what happened this past October and November, we had 5 different red flag warning events, two of which were fairly significant. On the most significant event, which was on October 30th and 31st, just to level set and provide you with some information. We have 191 weather stations in our service territory. 133 of those hit their 95th percentile wind speed, meaning they only see that wind speed 5% of the time. 58 of those 133 actually hit their 99th percentile wind speeds, meaning they only see that wind gust speed 1% of the time. To provide some anecdotal evidence of how granular we get, we ended up de-energizing 27,700 customers, but more on a real-time basis. It took 80 separate decisions from a combination of weather station information as well as information from our observers, information that we know about our infrastructure in the field. So it was around 350 customers per decision, and even up to the point when winds started to increase, we have the ability to some weather stations to go down to 30-second reads to see what's happening every 30 seconds. And in some cases, that actually saved us from de-energizing some customers. We would have a wind gust that would spike up to 50, and then for one read, and then go back down into the 20s and 30s and remain there. So just showing how we're using our technology. We also had 4 transmission lines that we de-energized during that same event. None of that led to customers being de-energized, but had those same conditions happened this coming fall, all those 4 transmission lines are actively being worked, and we would not have had to de-energize any transmission lines had we had the same events this coming fall. The average customer that experienced a PSPS outage in our service territory was right at 24 hours. So again, it's a combination of situational awareness and data, being able to wait and de-energize small pockets of customers at a time. It's also our ability to be organized and efficient on the restoration process with having map books pre-printed, knowing which line segments can be patrolled by air, which ones need to be patrolled by foot, and coordinating that closely. And all of these are lessons learned over our past 2 to 3 years of more widespread PSPS events. Some other things that we continue to learn and improve on, obviously wanted to make sure that our website was capable of handling all the anticipated traffic that we could possibly see from any of the events that we would have. The next 3 bullets are very important, and it's all the work that you do outside of the September to December timeframe in this area that really makes a difference with how you execute during fire season, and it's building partnerships with our local communities. We go out and hold town halls after fire weather events to gather information about what we could do better to help our communities navigate these events. We have very strong partnerships with a lot of nonprofit organizations and community-based organizations within our service territory. I think we're up to 98 nonprofits and 260 community-based organizations that we work with on a regular basis. Some examples of partnering with American Red Cross to provide blankets. One of the events this past October was actually a fairly cold weather event at night, and so provided some blankets and hand crank lights for some of our residents out in the area. Partnered with Meals on Wheels and the food bank to help provide some food to some residents in these areas. And then collaboration with our public safety partners. We've already met with over 500 firefighters this year alone, and it's really all the work that we do in the off season, so to speak, that helps us execute during the season, as we did this past October. And I already talked about the strategic use of sectionalizing and how hardening helps our system. But it's SDG&E's goal, and it has been, to reduce risk. We are evolving our strategy to also make sure that we are taking into account the effects of PSPS to our customers. I said that we only de-energized 27,700. We don't want to minimize that was an impact of those 27,700 people. And so we really want to take that into account and work towards a goal of reducing that going forward. The next slide. So this one is sort of summarizing our strategy, which I'll be going over in the later slides. But we're really, our foundational core of what we do is our situational awareness and having an understanding of the data and the risks that we have out there and how to best navigate them, either by hardening our system or by our public safety power shutoff protocols. But to improve upon that, we know that the risk of wildfire is not getting any less. As a matter of fact, it seems to be getting worse. And although we're going to continue to partner with communities and public safety partners and other organizations to help our communities navigate these events, we really want to have the goal of minimizing or eliminating, in some cases, the effects of public safety power shutoff. And so what we're doing, SDG&E's approach in the past has really been to minimize risk. And so we've looked at parts of our system, taken data and looked at what sort of components, vegetation, certain types of equipment that present risk on the system, and developed programs around that to help mitigate that risk. But if you look at any one segment of the 240 circuit segments we have in our high fire threat district, it would have parts and pieces that have been replaced, or one of our programs is to replace small conductor, and so it will have replaced the small conductor on that segment, but there will be parts of that segment that have been untouched. So from a PSPS perspective, the threshold for that particular segment has not changed. So we've dedicated a group of cross-functional experts to look at every segment, meteorology, risk, engineering, operations, and determine what is the best approach for that segment. And using the whole suite of mitigation efforts that we have, which include undergrounding, overhead, with the use of covered conductor, microgrids, providing backup generation to customers, those sorts of things, and because there's different economic benefits for certain mitigation activities compared to others. And so we have the short-term goal of reducing the impacts to customers in general, but also making sure we have critical infrastructure stay energized. And so these would be like communities, town center type facilities where there's a grocery store, a gas station, an urgent care facility, the town center where people can congregate and meet, making sure we have those as a higher priority to help at least give customers that do experience PSPS a place to go to get some of those services. And then the longer term strategy is the segment by segment approach that will roll up into a scope that will eventually do our best to minimize the effects of PSPS for all those 240 segments within our service territory. The short term goals, we've actually identified if we had the same weather events, it's hard to say, but if we had the same weather events this coming fall as we did last fall, we anticipate we could reduce our impact by 7,000 customers. Just some other key points. We had 23 schools that were de-energized during that time. We think we can keep 9 of those schools on just with things that we can do this year to help mitigate the effects of PSPS. Moving on, this is just, we're going to go into more detail about the different aspects on this slide, but wanted to provide one summary slide of really the main quantities of things that we're looking at in our wildfire mitigation plan. I'm going to talk a lot about the undergrounding coming up and our sort of our evolution and strategy there, but 135 miles over the WMP term, 145 miles of overhead hardening. With the quick wins that I just described on the previous page, we're already up to 30 switches this year, so even this is outdated. We're going to hit the 30 switches in 2020. Advanced system protection in our facilities at 20 of our substations, which I think is almost the entire high fire threat district, if I'm not mistaken. Enhanced vegetation management on certain species of trees, which we'll get into in a later slide, a fuels management program, 7 different microgrids, and then a whole suite of ways to provide customers with additional power during these times. SDG&E has been on its wildfire journey, obviously, since our catastrophic fires in 2007, and we're continuing to learn and improve as we go, and we learn things every fire season that make us better for the next one. We had a robust plan for our 2019 filing, which we executed on and met all of our activity targets. And this plan includes 65 activities broken down into these 10 categories, and this follows the template that was provided by the Commission for our wildfire mitigation plan filing. So we're going to go over some in more detail than others, but all of these categories to understand what SDG&E is doing in each of these areas. One of the foundational items, obviously, is just assessing the risk in our service territory. And in our journey, starting in just after 2007, so 2008, we hired our first meteorologist, Brian DiAgostino, who's in the audience today, to help us with understanding what environmental conditions that we have out there and taking into account the type of terrain, the fuel loading, as well as where our infrastructure is, and then obviously the types of meteorological data that we have in the area. To develop a wildfire risk reduction model, which has become the template to use statewide. We also have a portion of this that we call our worm ops model, and we're really looking to develop this into a live tool that we can use to incorporate other information from our vegetation database, layers with historical fire perimeters, cameras, weather data, and then even the ability to export data to find out the results of some of the simulations that we can run on the model. And then behind the model, really the brains behind it, is a supercomputing cluster where we do 2,000 compute core hours of high performance computing a day. As with any technology, though, it's getting towards the end of its useful life. So during this wildfire mitigation plan period, we'll be replacing our supercomputer cluster to help us with our simulations and risk modeling. I mentioned the foundational part of our wildfire mitigation program really being our situational awareness, and its situational awareness coupled with, and they're closely related, coupled with our hardening and infrastructure efforts that really reduce risk and will ultimately lead to us reducing the effects of PSPS as well. But some improvements we're making in situational awareness. Just when we think we're getting saturated with weather stations, we find ways to increase our visibility. We went from 178 in 2018 to 191 in 2019. We've already identified 30 stations that we're going to install in 2020 to help identify some different pockets that we want some more granularity around. But also, we're starting to extend these down into the wild and urban interface areas where we do have some risk there as well. Risk because it's higher population, might not have the same terrain and wind conditions, but also affects more people. One of the tools that we developed last year was called our Vegetation Risk Index, and this will feed into the Circuit Risk Index. But our Vegetation Risk Index takes information from our 465,000 trees that we have, the known growth rate, species, height, proximity to our lines, the outage history with vegetation related to the infrastructure in that area, and that came up with a vegetation risk score, which really helped inform some of our proactive programs, but also operationally just gave us another data point to help make decisions to reduce risk to the communities that we serve. And this is going to feed in now into an overall circuit risk index where we're taking that same information, but now we're going to take maintenance data from our facilities and nameplate ratings from our infrastructure in the area, outage data overall, not just related to vegetation, but just overall outage data. There's just certain conditions in the field that are relating to the performance of that line, which lead to an overall risk profile for that line. The Fire Science and Innovation Lab, really we've kind of had this without really calling it this, but we have developed tools in partnerships with academia and industry leaders and technology with the development of our Santa Ana Wildfire Threat Index, the development of our Fire Potential Index, our HP REN camera network. And so we're really trying to create a place where we can come in and continue to foster those ideas and be really forward thinking and push technology even more forward. So we're creating a Fire Science and Innovation Lab that's going to be housed right next to our Emergency Management Center, and it's going to have our fire science coordinators, our meteorologists, and our newly formed Wildfire Mitigation Department will all be in proximity to this facility. And then our advanced fire detection capabilities. We have all of our mountaintops in our San Diego region are covered. We really want to improve the technology with the types of cameras and the communication with those cameras just to make it a little more robust. We're also looking at the use of satellite imagery to help with wildfire alerts. We do a great job with identifying and locating fires with the cameras, adding another layer of protection to stay on top of technology and improvements in that area with our satellite wildfire alert system. Now to the meaty slide, talking about grid design and system hardening. And you can see number one there, strategic undergrounding. And this has been a little bit of a detour from what we've done in the past, but we honestly had to ask ourselves some hard questions. In areas that are in Tier 3 that just have the right combination of terrain, fuels, and just weather that consistently sees wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, would we ever feel comfortable with overhead infrastructure remaining in that area? And to be honest, the answer was no. There's just, even if you build overhead infrastructure with covered conductor and you replace all your high-risk equipment, you increase the spacing, you do vegetation management, there's just an inherent risk with having energized equipment in those areas. And so we think we've limited the scope. We're still developing the scope with the team of cross-functional people that I just mentioned earlier, but we think around 300 to 400 miles of infrastructure in those areas that we underground, we will significantly reduce the risk, as well as there's a whole host of PSPS impact benefits that go along with that. So starting down the road of strategic undergrounding, we're also looking to reduce the cost of this. We have another team of experts set aside looking at different ways that we can underground, different from our current standards today, which require a concrete encased conduit package at a certain depth and width and those sorts of things, to see if we can reduce the cost to get the hardening more in line with our overhead hardening programs. I will say there are a lot of difficulties with undergrounding in these areas. We do undergrounding within the city of San Diego. Typically, we're in franchise positions where we have the rights to be there and work with jurisdictions to have that happen. As we're rerouting our overhead in the backcountry, we're going to be going down private roads. That's private property easements we're going to need to obtain. There's environmental concerns. We have San Diego is one of the most culturally rich environmental areas that we have in California, and so it presents its own problems with digging up the earth. But we are going to be trying to do 135 miles during this wildfire mitigation plan period. We're going to continue with our overhead hardening efforts. Once we get down into areas that don't see over 60 miles an hour routinely, we do feel we have a certain comfort level with having increased spacing, increased tensile strength conductors, covered conductors in situations, advanced system protection to make sure we're identifying all faults as quickly as possible and limiting the fault current, which will limit the possibility of an ignition, including vegetation management with all those things. We feel like we can reduce an appropriate amount of risk to feel comfortable with leaving those facilities energized most of the time. And then there's still a place where we have low vegetation, low population densities where we'll still have traditional overhead hardening. We're continuing with our high-risk equipment replacements. SCADA capacitors, expulsion fuses, hotline clamps, and lightning arresters are all things that have statistically caused issues with outages and ignitions in the past. And so I believe most of those will be taken care of in this 3-year period. If not all of them, they'll be close. And then we have generator grant programs. We started one in 2019 where we offered a battery storage unit that's coupled with a solar panel so it can charge in the sun during the day. We offered this to around 75 of our medical baseline customers. We had around 65 of them take us up on the offer. We got a lot of very positive feedback about the unit. People felt, better about having some additional security if they have a nebulizer or an oxygen tank, or they need to power their refrigerator to keep their medicines cool. It can keep a refrigerator powered for around 2 days, so it's a pretty robust unit. And we're going to expand that program this year, so we're going to offer it to the 1,500 medical baseline customers that all experienced a PSPS outage last year, and give them that opportunity. We're also looking to expand another program to get out to other functional need vulnerable populations that may have age, mobility, disability issues with a similar type program. And then continuing with our advanced protection, we've found a lot of benefits with the ways in which we automate and sensitize the protection on our system, and we're going to continue with that. And some of this is predicated upon us having our own private LTE network in our backcountry areas. This provides communication pathways between our substations to these devices out in the field, and enables a certain communication capacity that will enable the deployment of falling conductor protection, which is where if we have something that breaks our line, it actually de-energizes the lines before it hits the ground. Moving on to asset management and inspections, we just spent a few minutes there talking about grid hardening. Equally as important is what you're doing to manage the existing assets that while they're currently waiting to be hardened. We have a very robust transmission, substation, and distribution inspection and maintenance program. For transmission, we do an annual patrol. We do an annual infrared patrol over all of our transmission lines, and we do a 3-year detailed inspection. For our distribution facilities, we do an annual patrol, and we do a detailed 5-year inspection. In Tier 3, we do another detailed inspection looking for specific fire hazardous conditions on a 3-year basis in Tier 3. We're going to expand on that program with number 2, bullet number 2 here, where we're going to do infrared inspections on our distribution facilities. It was done more on an ad hoc basis in the past. We're going to have more of a programmatic approach with infrared inspections on our distribution system. And then we started a program late in 2019 where we inspected 12,000 of our facilities in Tier 3. Found a lot of benefits with having drones get close-up, high-definition photos of what was going on the pole, and you can see a picture there. We found a pole with woodpecker damage at the top that you couldn't see from the ground. We have some facilities that are really hard to get to, and so we're having to rely on people with cameras on the ground or from trucks or from helicopters to have a good detailed inspection of those facilities. And so we're finding a lot of benefit with the drone program. So we're going to get through the rest of Tier 3 by the end of 2020, and then Tier 2 in 2021 and 2022. Something else we instituted this past fall were, we had this for a couple of years, but doing pre-patrols for PSPS events. So from the forecast that we get from meteorologists, we know what particular areas are going to be impacted. 2 to 3 days prior, we have our qualified electrical workers go out and inspect these facilities and make sure they're in great shape. We have our vegetation crews go out and do the same in these areas. And then obviously just part of our re-energization process is to patrol these before re-energizing, and we'll continue to do that. But we also are doing infrared patrols as part of our pre-event patrols that we just started this past fall. Moving on to vegetation management, we really have to pat our vegetation management guys on the back that we have an industry-leading vegetation management program. We've been working at it for the past 10 to 12 years with getting the increased clearances. We're at a minimum of 12 feet in our high fire threat district, in most cases 15 feet. We have 465,000 assets in our service territory. We had 50 vegetation contacts last year. So a great number given the number of assets that we do have. All 50 of those, I think Mr. Pender mentioned it in his presentation, but the vast majority, if not all of these, are from limb breaks or tree failures themselves that contact the line. So we definitely don't have vegetation growing into the line or even blowing into the line remaining attached to the tree during these conditions. We started a fuels management program last year. We're going to continue with that. We partnered with 3 local tribes as well as one of the fire associations within our service territory, found 4 projects to do fuels management where we were clearing the brush underneath our lines, which helps to limit the possibility of an ignition. Also, these were areas that were identified as good fire breaks as well, so it's kind of a win-win situation. Looking to expand that program. Doing LiDAR inspections. We're helping to QC our vegetation management program and get the exact clearances we're achieving through the LiDAR survey of our system. We're also looking to turn this into a handheld tool where we can see exactly what the heights of the tree are from the last LiDAR survey and the last relationship to our infrastructure and how much the clearance we have. We're using this data to also help inform us of what tree strike potential do we have in our service territory with the height of the trees in relationship to where our conductors are, determining which assets have the possibility to strike our infrastructure if they were to fail. And then the enhanced trim. We got some feedback in the last wildfire mitigation plan that we needed to have some more data behind this. So we, as I mentioned, we developed the vegetation risk index that has helped inform us of how we're trimming our vegetation. Through that work, we identified particularly 5 species of trees. These are palm, pine, oak, sycamore, and eucalyptus that are more problematic, far more problematic than the other species in our service territory. We identified 81,000 trees that sort of fit the bill, and this is the scope of work that we're going after to try and achieve those increased clearances to help reduce risk. Moving on to number 6, grid operations and protocols. Again, continuously learning and improving, adapting our procedures. We have procedures and practices that limit the types of work we can do when we get into elevated conditions, even requiring us to have contract firefighting resources on scene when we're doing that work in our high fire threat district during those times. Once you get to extreme conditions, we just don't do work at all in the high fire threat district. We have our recloser protocols, and between 2013 and 16, we were alternating between having our reclosers off during elevated conditions and then turning them back on for reliability benefits. 2017, we just turned off reclosing and haven't turned it back on since. Just the safety benefits don't outweigh the reliability benefits with that particular mechanism to turn reclosing back on. Our PSPS protocols, obviously hardening the transmission system helps. I described the 4 transmission lines that we de-energized this past fall. Same conditions this year, they would not have been de-energized. We're continuing with the segment by segment assessment that I described earlier. Obviously, this is going to have risk reduction benefits as well as PSPS mitigation benefits. One of the ways we improved the protocols this past year is developing the 95th and 99th percentile wind speeds and really incorporating those into our operational practices. We have data that shows vegetation above the 95th percentile wind speed, you definitely start to see issues. With system issues in general, you definitely see it above the 99th percentile. And so we have those start to inform the way that we plan and prioritize work on our system, as well as making critical operational decisions. And then an upgrade to our customer notification system. Obviously, we've drastically improved the customer notification processes over the past couple of years with 48 to 72 hours notifying agencies, and then 48 hours notifying public safety partners, and then communication with our customers in the 24 to 48 hour time frame prior to an event, communicating throughout the event, communicating when the event is over. It takes a lot of manual work in order to make those notifications and identifying who were critical customers, and different agencies had different definitions of critical customers, so that was another issue. But making sure all those notifications are taking place and tracking that. And so we're looking to streamline and automate that process going forward. And then our fire suppression, we have 2 major air assets that help with fire suppression. We have the Erickson Air Crane, which drops the equivalent of 5 fire trucks worth of water at once. And then pictured there is a Black Hawk, which also drops around 850 gallons of water. This one also provides construction benefits. We use it to set poles and do a lot of construction during times when it's not being used for fire suppression. Moving on to data governance. This is actually a very important slide. Again, we've talked a lot about data and technology and what we've used for developing our wildfire risk reduction model and informing our prioritization processes and the ways that we identify what programs to go after. And so really beefing up the way in which we store and acquire data. And we're looking to centralize this data. And we're talking about maintenance information, outage information, failure information, vegetation information, weather information, all this to help us prioritize and make decisions about our programs as well as operational decisions, and being able to increase our decision support tools. And a couple of other ways in which we use and allocate our resources is we just developed a wildfire mitigation department this year. So we have a new director that's in charge of this. And so it's a central point to help us with the checks and balances across the company with the execution of our plan, one central point for all of our filings, proceedings, information. And then the PSPS mitigation engineering team is that team that I mentioned that's looking to best use the correct assortment of mitigations to help out all the individual segments within our high fire threat district in our service territory. And they're looking to help us allocate resources in the proper way. And then moving on to emergency planning and preparedness. We are upgrading our emergency operations center. The facility was constructed just prior to 2000, so it's a little over 20 years old. That's 6,500 square feet. Obviously, the way in which we use it today and the way that we staff it today is a little bit different than when it was built. I mentioned we wanted to incorporate the Innovation and Fire Science Lab in there. We're also going to house our new Wildfire Mitigation Department near our EOC. And so we're looking to create a 15,000 square foot facility, and with the amount of technology that we're using, we need a significant technology upgrade to house and display all the tools that we're using for wildfire, but for all emergencies in general, really. Improving our customer support during emergencies, coordination with public safety partners. Obviously, this is a year-round effort. We meet with San Diego County Fire Chiefs Association, CAL FIRE, San Diego County Fire Authority, County Unified Disaster Council, County OES, all fire agencies annually, all law enforcement agencies annually. There's just a lot of effort that goes into making sure that we're all on the same page, that when we go into an event and everybody knows where to go get information and who to talk to. So really proud of the work that our emergency operations group has done over the past few years. And then I mentioned this earlier and can't overstate it. It's really all the work that you do outside of fire season that helps prepare you for execution and during fire season. It isn't just SDG&E's responsibility. We take ownership of our part, but it takes the village to help us navigate the threat of wildfires and getting through fire season. So we're going to continue with our community outreach. We're going to hold open houses and fairs. Again, we're going to continue to have the open houses after the energization events to learn from our customers what we can do to better support them and information and services that they need, and that they'll feed into the ways that we transform our program going forward. We're going to continue to share best practices. We've had a very good relationship with the other two IOUs in the state, PG&E and Edison, on the things that they're doing and really collaborating. And we've incorporated some things that we've learned from them along the way. And we're going to continue with that. And then the cooperation with our first responders and just the overall year-round engagement. And that's through the last category. But in conclusion, just wanted to say that we're going to continue to learn and improve from all the information that we have going through our events, our experiences. Continue to leverage situational awareness and all this information about the conditions as we know them and how it relates to the risk of our system, and have that inform the ways in which we harden our system and manage our system, and continue to leverage data and technology wherever we can to help with all of these things. And then just as I mentioned on the last slide, making sure that we're collaborating with all of our stakeholders and community partners. So with that, we'll start the questions.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and move on to questions since we're about 45 minutes ahead of schedule now, which is a nice problem to have. So let's go ahead and move into questions, and we'll go until 2:45. And then if there's still more, we can take a break and then come back.
Okay.
All right? So they're not. They're going to be posted probably after you finish the workshops. So we're the ones who have to get them where they need to go. So we'll do it probably by Thursday.
Good afternoon, Deborah Bayless, representing the California Environmental Justice Alliance. Thank you for your succinct presentation. Just a quick question. You noted that you're doing upgrades to the customer notification system, and I was wondering, what does that include? Does that include the other languages? And are you notifying by different media, including text, email, working with CBOs? What kind of things are you changing and working on?
I was more talking about the improvements to the process behind the scenes with us. It is a very manual process to identify and notify the customers and keep track of the things that we need to report to Cal OES and to the commission. I think we are good with our tools for notifying the customers via text, phone, email.
And I know at least with the last wildfire mitigation plan, you had only had English and Spanish. And I believe at the time, we had asked questions about this, and I believe at the time you were updating it to include other languages. Has that work been done, or where
are you talking about the notifications to customers?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're fulfilling the requirements. I think it's up to 8 languages that we're required to submit our messages in.
And have you done any evaluation of, if those communications are understood? It's similar to what we were discussing with PG&E.
Yeah, we're continuously taking feedback from any channel that we can get it directly from customers, or when we go out and do the open houses after we've gone through the fire weather events, or from our open houses or safety fairs. We're constantly taking in information and deciding, if we need to do something differently to better support our customers. Thank you.
Hi, Henry Burton with the Public Advocate's Office. You mentioned that certain species of trees you're trimming to 25 feet of clearance. I just had a couple of clarifying questions on that.
Sure.
Is that only in the high fire threat districts?
Yeah, the high fire threat district is where we're trying to get to 25-foot clearance, sorry.
And could you say again which species of trees those are?
It was palm, pine, oak, sycamore, and eucalyptus.
And so is that like all species of palm? Because that's not one species, it's a whole group of species.
I'm not sure if it's a specific species of palm. I just know palm is one of the ones on the list.
Okay. And how did you determine which species needed a 25-foot clearance?
We're looking at the where they are in relationship to our lines, obviously, and the meteorological data in the area, and then the vegetation risk index takes into account historical outages in that particular area related to trees, the growth rate of the tree height, and the proximity to our line.
Thank you.
I have 2 questions coming in from the WebEx. The first is, in SDG&E's table detailing PSPS events of past 5 years, it showed 99, in quotes, events in 2019, but you only had a single ESRB8 report. How are you interpreting event?
When I mentioned that we make decisions at a pretty granular level, those are individual decisions to de-energize 2 customers, 500 customers at a time. Those are 99 distinct and unique circuit segments within our service territory, all part of one event or part of an event.
You roll that up then, essentially?
Yeah. So the event for October 30th and 31st reported 27,700 customers, but it took 80 plus decisions to get to the 27,000 customers.
Thank you.
Okay, and the second question, and this is from Ed Lopez from UCAN. In slide 15, best practice sharing is denoted. Could SDG&E review again the forums, mechanisms, or opportunities to share the post-PSPS feedback? Thank you.
What was the question again? Sorry.
Could SDG&E review the forums, mechanisms, or opportunities to share the post-PSPS feedback?
I think review just means state again in this context. So what are the, as I'm interpreting it, what are the forums to receive post-PSPS feedback, presumably from customers that were impacted?
Oh, so we, thank you.
That's my interpretation. I don't know if it's right.
Okay, we'll go with that one. So we have our open houses that we hold in the communities that were affected by public safety power shutoff, where we have the opportunity for members of the public to come in and voice their concerns or frustrations, or just issues they had, and we take that information and find ways to adapt going forward to better serve them. We have our open houses and community fairs, which are prior to fire season. We had 9 of those this year, where we go out to some of these same communities in our high fire threat district. We partner with a lot of organizations, American Red Cross, Meals on Wheels, fire agencies, and it's about making sure people are prepared just for the threat of fires in general, with evacuation plans, making sure they have day packs and those sorts of things. We provide, it's a forum for us to have them provide us with the correct contact information to make sure that they're getting all the notifications that we send out. There's another forum. And then for best practices, I mentioned we've been meeting with the other utilities regularly on an every other month basis for the past 2 to 3 years, and identifying what's working well, what's not, and incorporating things that we think are beneficial into our own programs.
Hi, Katie Morsoni from Turn. I wanted to follow up on a comment that you made. You were talking about the situational awareness in the weather stations, and you said just when you thought you were saturated, you would kind of identify additional information. What was the type of information? What is driving you to have additional saturation? And has SDG&E quantified the value of the additional data that is gathered from the stations?
Well, obviously we have a pretty good picture of what's going on with the meteorological data across our service territory. But when you incorporate things like the vegetation risk index, right? And so you could have a circuit that bifurcates it at a point, and you have a high vegetation risk index over off this branch. They're all tied to the same weather station. But over on this branch, you don't have the same vegetation profile and the same risk profile. You now have 2 different decision points, right? And so you would get, weather data over here, weather data over there that would help you make the decision. We're also, I mentioned, we're expanding into our urban, wildland urban interface areas. So as you get out of the foothills and into some of the communities before you get into the traditional high fire threat district, we're finding some benefits with installing weather stations there to find out what is going on with those areas.
I'm going to follow up on that. So we have the weather over here and the weather over there. Why can't you rely on the one weather station that's centrally located between the two, in combination with the knowledge that SDG&E has about the vegetation in the 2 different areas?
I guess in that example that we would have, we're identifying areas where there may be differing weather patterns, and maybe the one weather station isn't sufficient enough. So we do find those situations where, as you just get out into these areas and you're identifying different things that you're doing with the system, you realize that, okay, maybe the weather patterns are a little different here than 2 miles up the road. So we do identify specific situations where we want to make sure we track the weather in that area to have accurate information to make a decision from.
And PG&E spoke earlier about the information sharing of the different weather stations. Does SDG&E have similar data sharing set up with you're providing all of your information to CAL FIRE?
That is correct. Thank you.
I'm going to hand it over to you, President Batcher. And then.
Thank you very much for your very helpful presentation. I've been able to visit your weather center and found it extremely informative. And I really did then, when I visited the center, as well as in your presentation today, I appreciate greatly that you have stated that you share information with the other IOUs, and indeed everything from your algorithms to your interpretation from your weather stations, et cetera. Could you explain, I think you said you meet every other month with the IOUs and share this kind of information in terms of best practices and what you're learning. And have you met a couple times, one time since the PSPS in October, November timeframe?
I'm trying to remember when the last meeting was. I believe we met one time since the PSPS event.
Can you share with us what was one of the learnings from that last time you all met? One that spoke specifically to you and your company, or maybe others that were brought up by SoCal Edison or by PG&E? Was there an oh golly gee moment there?
I don't remember from the PSPS events. I know one of the things that we learned is the value of the drone inspection program. That's one of the takeaways we took from our interactions with the other utilities. Where that's something that we weren't doing, but now we're going out and getting some high-def pictures close up of these facilities that are hard to reach, hard to get to.
Like the one you showed in your presentation? Uh-huh.
So that's an example of something we took away from the other utilities.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. And you, after a PSPS event, it's my understanding, you didn't mention this today, but in other information that I have gained, that you all have a town hall meeting within 10 days of a PSPS event in the affected areas. Is that true?
I'm not sure if it's always within 10. We do it sometime fairly close afterward. I don't know if it's within 10 days, but in the communities that had the PSPS event, we go out and we hold a town hall at a gathering place in those communities. I've attended them myself. We go through and just listen to the issues that people encountered and things that could help them navigate those situations, and where applicable, incorporate those back into how we communicate with people, services we provide at the community resource centers, the ways in which we can just better service them.
And how are you communicating with the communities right now in the 6 months prior to the wildfire season?
So on the front end, we do our best to advertise it through social media channels, through flyers we put up throughout the town, through communicating via email, text, and those sorts of things to the customers about our open houses and community fairs. And so we had 9 of those this past summer. I think we're planning to do even more this coming summer. But and those are the ones where we partner with a lot of the nonprofits and community-based organizations that I mentioned, because it's not just SDG&E. We obviously have a large presence there. But that's a place where we also get information to help incorporate into what can we do to help you navigate this situation.
Right. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
This is Melissa Stemser from the Wildfire Safety Division. A couple of questions for you. You talked about doing a pre-patrol of the lines 2 to 3 days in advance of calling a PSPS event. So 2 questions around that. One is, just so that I better understand your program, do you have a fairly strong level of granularity that far in advance as far as exactly where you think you're going to be shutting down?
We're really good 48 hours in advance.
48,
but
okay.
We're pretty precise.
Okay. And then how have you measured the benefit of doing that pre-patrol?
It's hard because you don't know what would have been an issue had you not went out to repair it. But we found things but we have a high bar of where we want our equipment to be. So we have found things, and I think last event, I think we found a couple of dozen issues that we went out and fixed prior to the event actually starting. Whether those things would have turned into something or not is speculation, but we have found things on our pre-patrols that we've fixed. And vegetation too, so it's been vegetation and infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. And you may have covered this next question. I'm writing some stuff down, but you talked about the town halls and reaching out after events. How do you reach out to those who can't come to those events? So like your medical baseline customers and presumably disabled customers who might be the most impacted by those events may not be able to come to town halls.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And, we have medical baseline customers, and that's just one subset of the type of vulnerable population you may have out there. And so We do partner with our access and functional needs organizations to help get information to the people that are part of those organizations. And that's really our best way to reach everybody. There may be people that aren't on the account that are, in medical need or have some sort of functional need. And so working with the AFN groups are our best way to try and get to everybody.
But is that also how you're getting information back to you about how those events went for them?
Yeah, I'll have to follow up. I don't know if it's I would assume, we're always going to take input wherever we can get it. I'm assuming it's a two-way between those organizations and us for ways that we can better serve.
Okay, and then final question, then I'll hand it back. This is a little bit related to the additional weather stations, and also to risk spend efficiency, and I'm sure this is in your plan, but how do you start to determine when you're at the point of diminishing returns, where the expense simply outweighs the additional information that it provides?
Yeah, well, I mentioned, that we installed 13 in last year in 2019 weather stations. We have already 30 through the work that we did with this dedicated group that's doing the segment by segment analysis. That's really where we've come up with, even now down to a more level of granularity, where we've identified, okay, it's beneficial to have a separate weather station here for reasons X, Y, and Z. We're never going to do anything if we don't find it beneficial. We don't want to have weather stations just to have weather stations. We want them, tied to specific sections of circuit to help give us an indication of the conditions in the area for that small segmented piece of our infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to, this is Katie Morsoni, follow up on Ms. Sumser's first question, which was regarding the pre-patrols.
Mm-hmm.
Do those pre-patrols, when you're going out to a location where you think you might turn off the energy, or you're going to turn off the power, does that ever actually eliminate or limit the use of the PSPS tool later, or is it just an additional layer?
It's an additional layer of protection. So obviously we're going into an event hoping we don't have to shut people off, right? And so that infrastructure may remain energized throughout the event, but we want to make sure it's in the best situation possible to get through the event.
Okay. Thank you.
It really has no bearing on the PSPS.
So then, I'm actually going to follow up now. If it has no bearing on the PSPS, I guess it kind of goes to that cost-benefit analysis. What are, for the additional work that you're doing, what kind of benefits do you think the utility is getting back for them?
We're ensuring won't have some sort of part of our system fail during the event. Because like I said, it could get up to where we don't have to de-energize it, but we still want it to withstand. We're still in fire weather. We're still,
right.
There's still going to be elevated winds, all those things. We want to make sure our infrastructure is in the best situation possible to get through the event.
And so the pre-patrols, how do they relate to how resources are allocated for patrols after the PSPS is over?
Say that again.
I guess I would assume that even if you've pre-patrolled the area, that when the proactive shutoff is over, you still need to look at all of the assets to ensure.
Absolutely.
So I'm just trying to understand the coordination of those two.
Yeah, well, one
activities.
One is 2 to 3 days before the event, going out and identifying the areas that are going to see the extreme conditions, making sure that we don't have any issues with vegetation or infrastructure. Then we go through the event, and still part of our practice to patrol any line that's been de-energized before re-energizing it, also with a contract firefighting resource in the area as we re-energize it. But we still require a patrol post-event because something may have happened while it was de-energized, and obviously want to take care of that before re-energizing the system.
Great, thank you.
Oh, okay.
I'm wondering, you were talking about undergrounding, as an alternative that you're looking into. Are you also looking at cover conductor in addition to undergrounding, or combination?
Yeah. I mentioned in the areas where we get out of the extreme conditions that I was talking about, routine wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. We do see the benefit of having overhead hardened with increased spacing, with increased tensile strength conductors, with covered conductors. obviously it helps from foreign objects and lines and any sort of contacts from those sorts of things that could be the possible source of ignition.
And then also you were talking about you're looking at alternatives to existing undergrounding so that it could reduce the cost. Can you talk a little more about that?
Our typical standard is to do a concrete encased conduit package. It requires a certain width of trench, a certain depth of trench. Well, we're out in areas where we don't have large conductors. There's not a whole lot of power flow in these areas. Do we need a concrete encased package? Can we do, we're not going to direct bury, but we can do conduit with a slurry backfill, conduit with natural earth backfill. So we're trying to find ways a little more cost effective.
And then also your circuit segmentation that you're talking about, is it usually like you would divide, what's your average length of your circuits that you're segmenting?
The length is going to vary, right? There's some that are 10 miles long that serve a few customers. We have some that are 2 miles long, serve more customers. But we have it segmentalized. I don't know if that's a word, but we have it segmentalized down to about 500 customers per decision that we make in our high fire threat district. So when we look at the weather conditions at a weather station and the risk is getting to an unacceptable level for us, we're de-energizing and making that decision around 500 customers at a time.
So on one circuit, what's the most segments you would have?
We have some large circuits that are going to have 5 or 6 segments. We have some smaller circuits where we just de-energize at the breaker. There's not really any further segments. So it varies, anywhere from none to 6 or 7 switches on any one circuit.
And is that how you were able to get some of the schools projected that you won't need to PSPS them?
That's correct. It's a combination of some infrastructure improvements and some additional sectionalizing that can bifurcate a section off from areas that may have different weather conditions from another area of the circuit.
And then one last question, because I don't want to keep going, but the circuit analysis, the circuit risk index, your circuit risk index, are you taking that down to segment level also? And maybe can you explain a little bit more about that circuit risk index?
Yeah, well, if we have all the information, obviously we have it for the assets, and so you have a pole has a particular maintenance history, it has a certain age, you start to get to outages, you want to look at a lot larger areas, maybe that particular pole hasn't had a failure on it, but you're incorporating all of that data that will come and play into an overall circuit risk index. So it does get down, you can get down to a pretty granular level looking at it that way.
Are you doing a segment by segment risk index too, if you need to? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have any more questions? Okay, hearing none, it is 2:25. Let's take a 15-minute break. So 2:40, 2:45, and come back here, and we'll finish with Horizon West. Thank you.
Necessarily do it any better, but
yeah, no, appreciate it. Yeah, I'll just
Okay, good afternoon. We'll be getting started with our final presentation for today. And this is Horizon West. Go ahead.
Your mic's not on.
Okay, let's try it again. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marcos Mora, Horizon West Transmission. Accompanying me today is Lisa Cottle from Winston & Strawn, representing Horizon West. We're going to talk about Horizon West 2020 Wildfire Mitigation Plan. So there's a good probability you might have not heard about Horizon West transmission, but that's because we're a new public utility, and we are about close to wrapping up construction on our first project, the Suncrest SVC project. What we're going to cover today is a little bit of background on who we are, the facilities that we have. Right now, like I mentioned, just one. Metrics coming from what we intend to monitor in our 2020 Wildfire Mitigation Plan once our Suncrest station becomes operational, and what we did in our 2019 Wildfire Mitigation Plan when the site was under construction. That was something we were monitoring very closely during construction of the site. Our overall strategy, our objectives, and our efforts to date. Like I mentioned, we're a newly certificated public utility and electrical corporation in California. We are transmission only, so just as our peers in Transbay Cable, we don't have distribution and customers, and we don't have an assigned service territory per se. We were the first incumbent to be awarded 2 competitive projects by CAISO. That's the Suncrest SVC project, which is our first project, and then the Estrella substation project, which is currently in the permitting process. And we're actively pursuing other FERC Order 1000 opportunities. So their location on the map of the 2 projects that we have. So Suncrest is about 30 miles east of San Diego and interconnects to the SDG&E Suncrest substation. The project specifically is a 230 kV dynamic reactive support station, that's sort of SVC, and it has approximately 1 mile line, which is underground, and a short 300-foot span overhead, which is when the riser line comes up through the riser pole and then interconnects into the substation. The objective of the project is to increase deliverability of renewables in the area coming from the Imperial Valley, as well as some additional resilience in the system. The project is in a Tier 3 high fire threat district area, so that's obviously something that we've been looking at very closely. Zooming in, it's a location of the project. It's in the vicinity of Alpine, in a previously disturbed 6-acre site in San Diego County. Zooming in a little further, this shows the project itself. Over to the right of the map is where the substation is, and then the 1 mile underground line. And then over here is this short 300-foot overhead span interconnecting to SDG&E's Suncrest substation. Okay, just some additional details. Oops, sorry. Additional details on the substation and the equipment. Oh, I wanted to go back, not forward. Sorry. There we go. Okay, so essentially, 2 transformers, capacitors, reactors, harmonic filtering equipment, and power electronics in the control building. The site, we are planning to energize the site, become operational in the last few days of this month, so roughly about two weeks from now, or early March. We're monitoring our last stage of construction in preparation for energization. In terms of metrics, these are the metrics that we are intending to monitor once the site becomes operational. And as you can see there's one metric that we did track in 2019 as part of our 2019 Wildfire Mitigation Plan, which was the number of ignition events, obviously with the objective of having 0 ignition events during
construction of the site, which we achieved and in 2019. And of course, we're carrying that on for the first couple of months of this year that we're still wrapping up construction. Okay. In terms of our strategy, Horizon West has a strategy that is focused on failure modes and effects analysis, right? It's basically a standard and proven failure mode identification to measure risk, capture risk for anything that can go wrong, essentially. And so there are sessions where we go through a process of identifying at the asset level what could go wrong and what would be effective measures to prevent, detect, and reduce the probability of those events. Once the assessment is complete, then there's a process to then identify all these potential measures and identify how much of that risk is reduced, and then that's how the initiatives are prioritized. The other key aspect of the strategy is to develop site-specific. So it's asset-based, but at specific sites, right? Is it in a tier 3? Is it in a tier 2? What are the specific risks in the area, in the vicinity of the specific assets? And so in the case, for example, of our Suncrest project, we've made sure that we developed the fire prevention plans and that they were reviewed and approved by local authorities. So San Diego County Fire Authority, as well as CAL FIRE, reviewed and approved the Suncrest SVC stations fire prevention plans prior to construction. The other aspect of the strategy is the identification of not just the risk, but then the measures along 5 different categories. From the very beginning, during design and construction, what are the risks for wildfire that exist in that phase of a facility? And then going into the regular operations in the areas of inspection and maintenance, operational practices, situational awareness, situational and conditional awareness, as well as response and recovery. Okay. Our objectives, of course, beyond the compliance aspect, but obviously it is important. So complying with all the applicable provisions of Senate Bill 901, as well as CPUC's Wildfire Safety Division guidelines. Beyond that, it is Horizon West's overarching objective as part of its wildfire mitigation efforts to build, operate, and maintain its facilities in a way that minimizes wildfire risk, like any probability of igniting a fire. So to that end, before the next WMP plan filing, what Horizon West plans on doing is to build, operate, and maintain its Suncrest substation in a way that minimizes the probability of igniting a fire and evaluate and implement any identified fire hardening measures. Additional undergrounding, as we've been discussing, similar to SDG&E's strategy, right? It's a tier 3 area, and we agree that that's the really only effective way to reduce the risk in those high fire threat districts. So considering additional undergrounding as well as a site perimeter wall to avoid, in the case of equipment failure, any type of hot metal being projected from the site that could initiate an event. Within the next 3 years, build, operate, and maintain any other facilities. So mentioned, we have a second project that is undergoing in the permitting process, the Estrella substation, which is located in San Luis Obispo County. So going and looking at that project once it gets approved to make sure that the site is also robust from a wildfire prevention standpoint. Evaluate new technologies and materials and methods for further reducing fire risk at all Horizon West facilities. So that's also an objective within the next 3 years, as well as achieving the planned level of wildfire mitigation maturity from the survey that everybody's been working on starting this year. Looking for further forward, within the next 10 years, our objective and our aspiration here is to be a world-class standard in wildfire safety for the protection of California ratepayers. And in order to do so, we want to achieve and sustain the highest applicable level of wildfire mitigation maturity, as well as world-class performance when it comes to wildfire protection. We want to leverage any new safety technologies as determined applicable and necessary to Horizon West facilities, and continue to be an active participants with all peer utilities in the state to further develop wildfire protection capabilities for ratepayers. And we're committed to the ongoing achievement of continuous improvement in all our goals. Okay, so going into some of the efforts to date, and in our case, similar to our peers at Transbay Cable, we have the benefit of having a limited scope, Suncrest being our only site to date. Wanted to showcase or mention some of the strategies or measures that we've implemented at that project in terms of hardening. So for the design and construction phase, the utilization of steel poles, undergrounding. So as I mentioned, the line is essentially underground for the project. The project location being in a previously disturbed site, which has the benefit of minimal fuel shrubs. Early installation of an on-site water tank with fire department connection. Also contracting with private fire brigade services during construction. Make sure that we had, in the event of an ignition, we had the proper support on site on a daily basis. And that included the fire engine on site as well. No smoking allowed during at the site during construction, and limited, activities during, high risk days, and no work at all during red flag warning days. Also having a defined hot work fire safety program. So any type of welding, grinding, any type of work that involves sparks has to be approved by a site safety officer before it was performed. And of course, fire safety training for all personnel, Horizon West and contractors. So this is this map just shows a little bit of an overview of the items that I just mentioned and their location. Okay, in the area of inspection and maintenance, so as I mentioned, the site is not yet operational, but we will be operational fairly soon. So we have a number of measures in place for inspection and maintenance, as well as operational practices. So of course, real-time monitoring in the area of situational awareness, monthly inspections of the facility equipment and fuel modification areas, vegetation patrols twice a year, both aerial and on the ground, as well as removal of vegetation within the perimeter fenced area, and the establishment of fuel modified zones outside the fence. Maintenance practices will be approved and audited by the ISO. In terms of operational practices, we will replicate what we've implemented during construction, which is the limited work during red flag warning days, or no work in the case of red flag warning days, but limited work during high-risk days. The hot work fire safety program, and we have monthly operations meetings, which will include wildfire risk as a key topic of the monthly meeting, and continued ongoing training and support for all personnel. And specifically, situational and conditional awareness, have cameras on site, both at the substation and lines that will monitor the overhead segment of line to make sure that if there is any situation at that specific location, since it's the only overhead portion of the project, that it can be quickly identified. Periodic inspections of equipment condition, which is part of the normal operations, but with a heightened sense of situational awareness in terms of fire, and ongoing weather monitoring. We were fortunate in this case, we're interconnecting to SDG&E, who has a very robust plan, so we appreciate the work you've done there as we're benefiting from being the neighbors and replicating a lot of the measures that you have in place. In terms of response and recovery, we worked with San Diego County Fire Authority and CAL FIRE for training. So we've had training sessions that have been completed and others that are actually underway this week and next. Implementing emergency response plans during emergency. So we have a emergency protocol in place. We are going to continue contract with a private industrial fire brigade to be on call out and stand by in case if needed. And we have a protocol for stakeholder communications during emergencies. As I mentioned, Horizon West does not have direct end customers, but we do have a defined protocol for all our stakeholders. So in the case of Suncrest, our interconnecting transmission owner, San Diego Gas and Electric, San Diego County Fire Authority, CAL FIRE, the ISO, and CPUC. In terms of the public safety power shutoff protocol, so we have that in place, even though we don't have end-use customers, but we understand that there could be scenarios where we want to de-energize the site for safety reasons. And so we have a defined protocol to that end. Okay. And that is basically it. I welcome any questions.
So if we have any questions for Horizon West, please use the microphones, or if you're online, please type it into the chat box.
I'll ask a question up here. This is Melissa Semser from the Wildfire Safety Division. You said that you had your PSPS protocols in place. Could you say a little bit more about those?
Yeah, sure. So our protocol for public safety power shutoff is, number one, we envision that it would be very unlikely a situation where we would actually have to do that. There would have to be some sort of threat imminent in the area where it makes sense for us to de-energize. So that's the first step. The other is we will follow SDG&E's lead because our station is supporting the SDG&E substation. Our station's primary reason in the case of Suncrest is to provide dynamic reactive support to that station. So if that station is down, there's technically no reason for us to be up. So we would follow the lead there. And other scenarios are, in the case of a Horizon West initiated PSPS, there would be no impact to customers. We don't have a customer service territory. So in the event of us finding ourselves in the need to implement a PSPS, it's basically zero impact to customers. If you remember, I mentioned the need for the project is to enable renewables. So it's a policy project. So in reality, what would happen is, there would just be an increase in curtailments from renewable generation in the event of our station having to be down, but without impact to customers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Chris Parks, Public Advocate's Office. You mentioned in your filing that Horizon does not use RAMP or SMAP, and you use an FMEA for failure mode. How did you develop that? Did you reach out to external?
So thank you for the question. No, so the failure modes and effects analysis is a methodology that we've been using as part of a general risk assessment methodology. If you're not familiar with that, it was actually developed by NASA as part of the space program, and it was, with the intent of, okay, we can't have a solution for every problem that comes up once it comes up because it's too late, right? So when stakes are high and the risk is high for something, meaning you can't bring somebody out in space back home, what can you think about? What are the everything that could go wrong? And it's essentially thinking about those risks in along the lines of 3 dimensions. So how do you minimize the probability of something occurring? And the other dimension is what's the severity of that occurrence if it happens? How severe is it? And then the third dimension is detection. Right? So how do you detect so that you make sure that something happened without, that if something does happen that you know about it, right? That nothing can happen without you knowing. So those are the three dimensions of that methodology. It's been widely used in the Lean Six Sigma world for problem solving and business improvement. And so it's basically a methodology that we've been using for a long time for any other situations, operational, just prevention of failure from equipment. And so now we've just transferred that methodology to wildfire risk, because it's essentially a risk management tool. So how do we identify and then solve all identified risks from that methodology? Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, well then that's a wrap for day one. Again, I'll get a little bit of time back, so that's always helpful. So we'll start here again tomorrow at 9:30 with Southern California Edison in the morning, and then we'll Bear Valley, Liberty, and Pacific Corp will be in the afternoon, and we'll end tomorrow with a conversation about the workshops coming up next week on the 24th and 25th. Thank you so much for coming today.